inspired you to stay?
So I joined the Air Force in the late 1900s, 1997. So rewinding back, I was 18 years old, senior in high school, knew I needed to do something, but college wasn't in my immediate future. A recruiter came to my high school, and fast forward, I was on delayed entry program, came in as services troop. And my reason and my sense of why has evolved over the years. And I'll be honest, the first 4 years, I was just going to do what I had to do and return back to Texas. I felt that this wasn't my calling. But as Colonel Glenn mentioned, you know, your sense of purpose and what you're exposed to, and just sense of service to our country, deployments, and just all the experiences and locations, it just all wraps up to, like, yes, I'm in. And I'm coming up on 28 years in July, so time has definitely flown by, but by far the best decision I've ever made.
And Caitlin and I talked this morning, actually, we were talking about how once you enter the door of the Air Force, you just become a different person.
You do.
And your interests change, and the world that you're exposed to has changed. Can you maybe talk to that about the opportunities that are available in the Air Force?
Absolutely. And, you know, what I like to say is, when I'm talking to especially people who have just joined, is the Air Force will really teach you and help you become the person the airman and the person that you're capable of being. And those opportunities, many of which I look back on now and I would have never seen for myself or known I'd been doing those. As an example, you know, I was a defense legislative fellow, so I worked for a member of Congress in the Senate for a period of time, wearing a suit to work every day. That's just one of many opportunities that, you know, a kid from Central Valley, California wouldn't have even associated with the Air Force at all. And a variety of deployment opportunities in seeing, you know, dozens of countries around the world and working there and just learning. And as a lifelong curious person, it's been extraordinarily rewarding. But what I tell people who are coming in, and many of you watching may be thinking about potentially serving in the military, and what I encourage all, you know, people who are coming in is, like, whether you plan to stay in for a single enlistment or do it for a career, treat it like a career from day one. And because that'll pay you back time and again, you'll have more training and you'll be prepared for whatever you decide to do with the rest of your life. And so that's kind of the short of it.
Absolutely. When you talk about joining and getting more information, all of that available on airforce.com. We're also streaming live there, so go and check that out. Chief, it makes me kind of smile because I have a very similar story to you. Joined at 18 from a very small town in Texas, and I had no idea that this career field existed in the Air Force. You know, I joined as a broadcast journalist, so I was actually trained how to do this. The Air Force gives you the skills for the job that you sign up for. But there are some traits that it helps. So as a command chief now, what kind of trait are you looking for in younger airmen these days?
Well, first of all, I would say open-mindedness, because you don't know what you don't know. This is a huge shift in your life, and just being open-minded and just ready for what comes. I wouldn't have known that I would have been serving 28 years. And I will say my view of military service has evolved over the years, but I'm thankful that I was open-minded. It is a team sport. So, you know, we don't get to these positions without a lot of people investing and seeing something in us that maybe we didn't see at the time. And just that sense of purpose and being able to take guidance. Being able to take guidance, right? You have to be open-minded, and people have the best interests at heart for you. And whatever your job is, you do it to the best of your ability, and you'll never regret that.
Yes, Chief, absolutely. Some great advice there, some pearls of wisdom. And if you're thinking about maybe joining the Air Force, come out to Aviation Nation, right? You're going to meet a lot of different airmen in a lot of different career fields. You're going to see a lot of different capabilities. And I know you guys have such a great community here around Nellis Air Force Base here in Nevada. So sometimes they call you, I think it's the mayor of Nellis. Is that what it is? Colonel Glenn, can you kind of speak to what that means?
It's a fair analogy, and you know, there's a lot that it takes to keep the planes flying, as I said, and so you're talking about a pretty massive logistics operation that takes place every day. There's a lot of people on the line, on the fence line, you know, providing security and defense. There's a host of community service things that we do, all the things that it takes to be an airman in the personnel system and getting from assignment to assignment. So the chief and I are responsible for all of those details that allow people to do their primary job. You may have noticed that I'm not wearing a flight suit. I came up through the civil engineer community in the Air Force, and so there's probably one of the most common questions that I get from people when they find out I'm in the Air Force is, what do you fly? And it's a good opportunity to highlight that there's a variety of career fields that are rewarding and are very important. And some people are not able to fly for various reasons, medical and others. And so we have a spot for you. We have a spot for you to serve and contribute in a way that works for you and that inspires you every day.
And what's the value of the relationships as the mayor that you've built with the community? I saw on the screen all kinds of community outreach events that airmen get the opportunity to attend, but there's so much value in having those strong relationships with the community. There's no question about it. And, if you don't have the support of the community, it makes everything more difficult. And ultimately, if you take that to the next level, the Air Force and the military, we need the support of the public to be able to do what we do. And here we enjoy just a phenomenal relationship with the local community. I have a saying that I use pretty often, that this place is every bit as electric as Las Vegas, with all it takes to keep things going here at Nellis Air Force Base. And it's really one of it's a singular place, in my opinion, where the most elite people in their craft come to train in their craft, develop tactics, etc. But that support of the community is really strong, and you're talking about from the elected leaders. There's our professional sports teams. The list really goes on. We have a lot of partnerships with our medical community, where we have people working with the University Medical Center and other the Veterans Affairs Hospital and others. So those partnerships are really, really important. And when you look at we depend on the community for a lot of the services that we have coming in. Whether it's electricity and a variety of other things that come into play. So you heard it here first. This is the best show in Vegas, right here at Nellis Air Force.
And it's free.
And it's free today too. I love it.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Just for Sunday. Just for Sunday. Just for you, Dan. Chief, you mentioned that you're coming up on 2 years here at Nellis Air Force Base. So kind of speaking to Colonel Glenn and the experience that you guys have in the local community, what's maybe a highlight that sticks out to you, Chief?
Well, as a person that's never been into sports, I should be a Cowboys fan, but, family don't hate me. I will say just some of the things that I never thought I'd be able to do and just witness by way of sports. It kind of rises to the top. Being able to enlist airmen on the field before a Raiders game, flipping a coin at a UNLV game, just some of the really cool things gives me a greater appreciation for the community and sports. Yay, sports.
Go Raiders. I love it. I'm thrilled.
Thank you both so much for joining us. We know that you're so busy, and so having you stop by and tell us a little bit about what you do here at the 99th, it's truly just such a mega lift. So please pass along your thanks, our thanks to everybody who's out there working the event this weekend and keeping us all safe. We've got, like Colonel Glenn mentioned, we've got medical here that is making sure that if there's any emergencies, you've got security forces. So basically the Air Force's version of law enforcement working the gates, and those are mostly 99th Airmen, so we want to tell them thank you. So please pass that along for us.
Indeed, we will. It's great to be with you.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Yes. And as we heard, we're just about 15 minutes from showtime here at Aviation Nation. Day 2, the final day. But even though we've got about 15 minutes left to go till opening ceremonies, you still have time to come out and parking at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Bus is running super smooth today. So come out and you can enjoy everything that we have to offer here.
I just want to foot stomp. So great to talk to Colonel Glenn and Chief Warren. Again, kind of like General Sullivan yesterday and Chief Trickey. Outstanding leadership here at Nellis as you look at a C-130 taken to the skies here. So good to see aircraft back in the sky here. Day 2 of this Aviation Nation Air Show. Dan Hawkins and Caitlin Jones-Martin. And we should foot stomp too. Drink your water. It is warm. I mean, I felt a trickle of sweat already. It's going to be a little warmer today than it was yesterday.
It definitely is going to be a little bit warmer. I think the high today looking at 79 here in the Vegas Valley. So, and there is 0 wind today. So whereas yesterday we had pretty breezy conditions, absolutely no wind out here today. So we will see Misty Blues jump to start off the show. That is the all-women's skydiving team. So we will see them jump today during opening ceremony. So very cool aerial display as we watch that C-130 taking its laps around Nellis Air Force Base.
We talked about it in the open, but there are heroes in aviation being honored this weekend as part of the theme there. General Hap Arnold, founding father of the Air Force back in 1947. What a shot. I mean, imagine those airmen today and really their heritage being on display here this weekend in Las Vegas. And it's just an awesome tribute to all the heroes who really have made us America's, air and space forces, and we're the world's best because of all these folks on your screen, the Doolittle Raiders. There's Chuck Yeager, who broke the sound barrier. I mean, the list just goes on and on. I'm always in awe.
Absolutely. And, we talk about heroes of the past and how they're influencing the heroes of today. Talking to General Robin Olds' daughter yesterday was such a thrilling moment for us. You're looking at General Jenny Leavitt, who was a former 57th Wing Commander here at Nellis. So it really spans the entire expanse of the United States Air Force. And all of that is what we're paying homage to this weekend for Aviation Nation. There's our guy, General Robin Olds.
With the stash.
That legendary mustache. He actually grew that as a one-finger salute, as his daughter told us yesterday. So I love that. What a renegade. It was so much charisma that he led with and just continues to inspire airmen of today. And that is what we're honoring here at Aviation Nation. So you're going to see all services represented, even though we're an Air Force team. Got to give it up for our brothers and sisters in all the services. There's Marines out here with the Osprey. You've got the Navy brought a trailer out here that you can kind of do some simulations in. So much cool stuff to see. The Army's got equipment out here, so definitely come out. You can get hands-on with a lot of our static displays, and it's really just spanning the entire ramp here at Nellis Air Force Base. So just a huge amount of space to go out.
And a lot of those civilian partners that Colonel Glenn and Chief Warren talked about are out here. I saw both the Metropolitan Las Vegas Police Department, the North Las Vegas Police Department, a few veterans organizations. So stop by and visit with them at their booths. I mean, there's so much information that you can get and maybe opportunities to do different things.
And we have mentioned that the show is free and parking is free, but once you get in here, there is food available, there are drinks available, souvenirs, but it is an entirely cashless event. So bring your tap to pay, bring your cards, and get yourself a churro. I think we're going to send one of our airmen from the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron out a little bit later in the day to tell you about all the cool snacks going on here at Aviation Nation. So we'll have Senior Airman Jada Mailer just roaming around as our airmen on the street to report back on everything.
I think she got the better end of this deal.
Listen, Dan, your knees couldn't take roaming around Aviation Nation. We got to keep them
down for some churros, though. I'll never turn that down.
Maybe we'll get Dan. We'll get Dan a churro later on in the show. Okay. Only if you're good, Dan. So we're gonna have the Misty Blues all-women's skydiving team coming up here in just a few minutes as we get ready for opening ceremonies here at Aviation Nation. And we've also got a full schedule of guests that are going to stop by. We've got some more leadership from the 57th Wing that's going to come by today. We're going to speak to a local recruiter out of southern Utah. So that is going to be really cool. Super excited to talk to him about kind of what he sees in the recruiting world as far as if people want to join the Air Force. We're going to dispel some myths maybe about the recruitment process.
Bustin'. All right, I like that.
Absolutely. And also we hope to have a hometown hero, if you will. So we're talking about heroes in aviation, but we've also got a hometown hero as well, the Nevada State Teacher of the Year. Yes, I did get, I got some feedback yesterday, some straight feedback, which we love. Chief was just talking about be open-minded and willing to take feedback. Nevada, not Nevada.
That's some real talk right there.
Some real talk. We're here for it. Absolutely. As we get ready here at Aviation Nation. And I think we are going to have another special guest coming by in just a few moments from now. These amazing aerial displays over the Vegas Valley. Right now, one of the enlisted members that makes it happen here at Nellis Air Force Base every day, the senior enlisted leader for the 57th Operations Group, Chief Master Sergeant Jamie Weisner. Chief, thanks so much for stopping by and chatting with us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity for having me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So can you tell us just a little bit about your background and what it is you actually do at the Operations Group?
Absolutely. So I'm the 57th Operations Group senior enlisted leader. I've been on Nellis for about 2 years on station, and the 57th Operations Group is in charge with making sure that we are the home of advanced training here for Nellis. The 57th Operations Group has 10 squadrons and 4 detachments across 6 different states. And our job is to make sure that the red flag exercise takes shape. We have three squadrons that are dedicated for the green flag exercises as well. We have 4 squadrons that are dedicated to make sure that all the exercises, to include red flag, like Bamboo Eagles, and all of our weapon school exercises take place. We have a 4th gen fighter aggressor squadron. We have a 5th gen. We have a cyber team. We have a surface to air threat. All of that to replicate it and make sure that we have the environment to have the advanced training here on Nellis. On top of that, we also have a TACP university, so that's the Tactical Air Control Party. They teach 11 courses along with the TACP formal training unit that is taught between here and San Antonio, Texas. And on top of all that, we also have the operational support squadron that is in charge of the airfield, air traffic controlling, all the sensors and weather systems throughout the 16,000 square foot miles that we have here for the test and training ranges here as well. A little bit about my background and why I love being here at Nellis is as a Tactical Air Control Party member, I have been through multiple exercises for green flag exercises. I've jumped in part of red flag exercises. I've been through multiple courses, obviously for the TACP schoolhouse that we have here. So being able to come back and to be able to teach and explore some of that experience and knowledge and everything of what I've been able to do for these past 25 years, and to make sure that the next generation of the airmen have all the training that they need, making sure that they can also kind of go through those rigors to make sure that they are getting the training and stuff that they need to make sure that as we are pushing it out, because obviously we all know that that the battlefield is going to be extremely complex in the future. We're trying to make sure that we are providing the most advanced training platform here on Nellis.
So I just heard that the 57th OG has their fingers in just about anything that happens in Nellis. That's what I heard.
Absolutely, yes. It's there is always stuff going on here. It's a fantastic place to be, especially as a TACP. There are always things going on. All of this fantastic air power that the Air Force can bring and the Joint Force can bring. It's one of those things that we actually have a green flag exercise that's going on right now. And part of that is making sure that we can bring in all of our joint partners, all of our coalition forces. Right now we have UAE, Saudis, and the Turkish Air Force here as well. We also have their controllers, their air crews and stuff to make sure that we can combine and do all of that close air support training, so we can make sure that as a joint force, as a coalition force, we have all the training that we need to continue moving forward. And it's awesome.
So what I hear is Chief isn't busy at all.
Yeah, no, nothing going on.
So you mentioned your background as a TAC-P, and that in and of itself is just a kind of a rare career field. There's not a lot of you in the Air Force. So can you tell us a little bit about what led you to join the Air Force and specifically how you got into TAC-P?
Oh, absolutely. So it's a rather interesting story. So I started out actually my career as a civil engineer. I was here stationed at Nellis just over 20 years ago. I was up the road at the Red Horse Squadron. I would always see, and I was jumping at the time, and I would always jump with the SEER guys and the TAC-P guys. And it was just one of those things. It was a mission that always fascinated me. And then I started going through the process in 2007. I graduated in early 2008, and it's been a fantastic voyage ever since. And it has been an incredible amount of time, and especially to be able to come back to Nellis, where it all started, where I kind of made my mind of this is exactly what I want to be doing for the Joint Force, and it's been phenomenal. So yeah, it's great.
Speaking of jumping out of perfectly good airplanes, I believe the Misty Blues skydiving team has just jumped to kick off our show.
Awesome.
So we are going to head over and take a pause for the national anthem and give it over to the Aviation Nation Air Boss. We are here on day 2.
Deserves. Effectively, because they are flown under canopy, it is considered a banner. But know that every effort will be made to ensure it does not touch the ground for any longer than it needs to. Our lead American flag today coming in at some 1,800 combined square feet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you are within the sound of my voice and you are able, if you would, please stand and come to attention as we welcome Staff Sergeant Alicia Council in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for Staff Sergeant Alicia Council and the singing of our national anthem. And let that extend to that of Amanda Scheffler, Joe Beck, and Sarah Burris of the Misty Blues. With our first 3 jumpers safely on the ground.
As we watch Misty Blues deliver the Stars and Stripes here to Show Center and a beautiful national anthem. Hanging out with the 57th OG SEL, that is Senior Enlisted Leader, Chief Weisner. So Misty Blues skydiving team, they're also jumping out of perfectly good airplanes, which you mentioned that you do as well. you know, I've never done it. Dan's done it. But can you just tell me about, like, what that moment is like when you just finally, like, you have to commit, you have to full send?
Yeah, absolutely. So I wish I can tell you that I remember my first jump, but I honestly don't. It was one of those things where you're just following all the orders and doing what you need to be doing. And it was a great feeling to finally hit the ground and make sure that everything's still in place and everything. And then after that, it just became a source of trying to get to work. And that's just what it is. It's another set of tools that allows us to be that allows us to have better ways of insertion and so on and so forth. So it just became part of the job. I was stationed out at Fort Bragg for about 8 years. We did a lot of jumping out there, and it was a great time. And it's one of those things that it's just essentially just how we got to work, and it was awesome. It was great.
And also an opportunity for you to work in that joint environment as well.
Absolutely, yes. Being on Fort Bragg is one of those things that, you know, a lot of people don't necessarily like that area, but it was a great assignment. I was there, as mentioned, almost 8 years, and it was one of those times where making sure that you're making those relationships with other branches and everything, and just kind of seeing how we all mesh together, and it's fantastic. Absolutely.
Absolutely. If somebody is watching at home and thinking about coming out to Aviation Nation today, what would you tell them, Chief? Just give us our pitch for why they should come out and check out the air show here at Nellis.
You should absolutely come out and see what Aviation Nation is doing, because it's one of those things where you get to see what maybe 1 or 2% of us get to experience. And it's one of those things that it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Being able to have seen a lot of this aircraft do this stuff in real life downrange, it's one of those things that we want to be able to share. I have my family here and stuff, and it's one of those things that we want to be able to like share with everybody. So I know that everybody out there that is interested in this has at least some kind of flavor that's involved with this, and like this is probably the best way that you're going to get some kind of exposure to it, and it's fantastic.
It really is. And, you know, we mentioned earlier that most of these aircraft here, military aircraft, you know, they're assigned to real wings and real missions. And that, honestly, it goes for the Thunderbirds, too, because if the need arises, they can flip these aircraft and personnel and integrate into the flying squadron here at Nellis and be ready to go to deliver that combat lethality.
In 3 days.
Yeah, 72 hours. So absolutely incredible what you guys do here at the 57. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
No, that was great. Chief Weisner, we appreciate your time. And, you know, so much to see and do. Chief Weisner, tons of experience, just like all the leaders that we've had an opportunity to talk to here at the Nellis Air Force Base Flightline Day 2 of this 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show. And the opening ceremonies are in the books. We've had the national anthem. The Misty Blues have jumped in. They are incredible. And we have a lot more going on. Of course, the day, lots of flying. I can't wait for some fast movers to hit the air. We got our favorites. Bill Stein, Vicki Benzine are here. Red Bull Air Force is here.
And I think we're actually going to get a shot inside some of the aircraft today. So you're going to actually see what these pilots are doing during these incredible acrobatics. So I definitely want to make sure that we recognize the incredible airmen of the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron. So every shot that you see today behind that camera is a young airman here from the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron at a Hill Air Force Base. These are active duty members, and they do an absolutely incredible job bringing these pictures to you live on Facebook, airforce.com, and on all the local Las Vegas News Channel apps. So we've been talking about it all weekend. Only 0.4% of the American population is currently serving in the armed forces, and these airmen behind the camera at 2nd Audiovisual Squadron are part of that 0.4%. And honestly, it's not an easy job making Dan Hawkins look and sound this good.
Speaking of looking good, that's a C-130 flying through the air here in Nevada. And we're going to pitch it out to the Air Boss. We'll be back with some more interviews. I think some Thunderbirds might be stopping by back after this.
Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona. It is being flown today by the pilots, Major Jonathan Kodiak Ford, Captain Kevin Ray Rivera, Combat Systems Officer Captain Joshua Knife Mannix, and the Loadmaster Technical Sergeant Josh Trapnothy. From the right, here it is, the HC-130J Combat King 2. The HC-130J is the Air Force's only dedicated fixed-winged personnel recovery platform. It specializes in tactical profiles in austere environment conditions, including that of helicopter air-to-air refueling for the mission of Combat Search and Rescue, or CSAR. One of the Air Force's newest variants of the mighty Hercules, it is one of the longest implementations of any cargo aircraft in history, with the production line continuing to this day. We want to extend a very big thank you to the 34th Weapons Squadron for flying today's jump platform. A very big round of applause for them. Well, it is so great to look out and see so many of you joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning for Aviation Nation 2025. In just a moment, we're going to be recovering the HC-130J as our aerial action continues to get us started here on what's going to be a splendid flying display of some very impressive performers and aircraft. In just a few moments, we're going to be welcoming to our show pilots Stephen Christopher and Todd Rudberg, and they come together to create that of the Undaunted Air Shows team. Over the course of the next couple of minutes, we are going to see a performance of formation aerobatics and opposition flying inspired by the legendary aerobatic teams of the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, the Air Force Thunderbirds, and the Royal Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Flying their two Vans RV aircraft, some of the most popular and successful lines of home-built experimental aircraft, we're about to see this display by these two gentlemen in one of the most, well, highest tempoed air show routines on the circuit. This team was founded back in 2020 when Stephen and Todd were working to refine their formation skills. And what began as a simple formation loop evolved into a complex series of maneuvers, eventually leading to the development of a full air show routine. Today, the Undaunted team is known for shredding the box with their high-speed passes, formation maneuvers, and synchronized aerobatics. Stephen Christopher is in the lead aircraft as they take the inboard runway as our Combat King 2 recovers out there on runway 03 right. Stephen Christopher, call sign Christo, the lead pilot, brings a wealth of aviation experience to the team. He has spent some 17 years flying bush planes up in Alaska and has developed a deep passion not only for aviation but for building aircraft as well. This, an RV-7 he built himself. He later competed at the National Championship Air Races, and he has over 3,000 hours of flight time. Todd Rudberg is on the right wing position today, and he has been immersed in aviation since his infancy. Todd's father, Bill, would take him flying as a kid in the family Taylor craft, unknowingly setting Todd up to become a record-breaking aviator. It was in 2019 that Todd qualified his RV-8 at an astonishing 277 miles an hour at those air races, the national championships in Reno, and setting the record for the fastest ever lap flown in an RV airplane. He's also a physics engineer and played a big role in the development of the Boeing 777 and the 787 Dreamliner. Behind the crowd now, performing what they like to call their shakeout. A little bit of positive G on the airplane, a little bit of negative G on the airplane, for them to become fully in tune with these high-performance experimental home-built machines. Capable of over 200 miles an hour and a very economical 7 to 8 gallons per hour in cruise, we're about to see a display of formation aerobatics as they are cleared inbound behind and to our right. From the right, the smoke is on. Please welcome to our show Stephen Christopher and Todd Rudberg. They are the Undaunted Air Shows team. up and over the top for the big roundhouse formation loop. As Stephen Christopher in the lead leads Todd Rudberg through this next maneuver, the challenging formation barrel roll. Formation flying, very challenging for those who do it, maintaining position and station throughout the entirety of their formation routine. Todd on the wing doesn't dare take his eyes off of Stephen's airplane in the lead. We're going to watch them now as they perform this, the wing over or the whifferdale maneuver, as they trade some altitude for airspeed and work their way back inbound from our left towards show center. We're going to watch now to the left as they ease the sticks back into their laps as they perform this, yet another vertical formation loop. Flying just a few feet apart, let's put our hands together for the Undaunted Air Show's team. Just the beginning of this high-tempoed aerobatic sequence. The Undaunted Air Show's team's inspiration actually stems from a deep-rooted history of formation flying. Initially developed in World War I to maximize combat efficiency, formation flying has since become a staple of military aviation, serving many strategic and tactical purposes. We're going to watch now for the bottom-up pass as they work their way to the back stretch of the aerobatic box as they set up for a maneuver they like to call the switchblade. Cameras at the ready, and there's the cross. From the left, Stephen Christopher. From the right, Todd Rudberg, as they are now approaching show center with a closure rate of some 400 miles an hour. Let's watch as they call tally-ho and watch for the cross. One of the most challenging parts of any formation routine is gluing it all back together as we watch Stephen now to our left and Todd in the extended trail formation as they use geometry, airspeed, and altitude to quickly rejoin into this two-ship element. It is the flight leader's job to fly the formation and to fly it well, flying the formation as one, being deliberate and smooth on the controls. The wingman's job to remain symmetrical, and of course Todd doing quite a bit of continual control inputs in order to maintain station on the leader. Performing this now, another wing over maneuver to our left. We're going to watch as Stephen and Todd approach once again as they set up this time for this, the vertical split. The Vans RV line of aerobatic and experimental sport aircraft considered to be that of total performance. Stephen's RV-7, named Margarita, took its first flight in 2010, while Todd's RV-8, named that of Undaunted, was completed in 2019 using parts from a previous aircraft built with his father. Powered by the Lycoming IO 390 engine, producing about 250 horsepower, the airplanes have an impressive power-to-weight ratio and are capable of speeds of some 200 miles an hour. Completing their Cuban loop rejoin, as they like to call it, we watch them now as they continue in this formation routine with yet another vertical formation loop as they now work to swap wings as Todd Rudberg at number 2 transitions from the wing position to the extended trail, flying just a few feet apart. Let's take a look. And exiting the in-trail loop for an Undaunted Air Show signature they like to call the Mr. Twister. as they now work their way off to air show left. How about a big round of applause, everybody, for the Undotted Air Shows team? The in-trail formation once again as they follow one another up and over into this half cubit 8 maneuver. Watch as they perform a 5/8 loop and look for the 180-degree roll right there back to upright flight. These guys using just about every inch of the aerobatic airspace out there as they continue with this continuous positive G performance, continuous pull on the stick as they work their way up and over the top. Undotted Air Shows is proud to be supported by Lycon Aircraft Engine, a trusted name in the high-performance aviation power business. Based in Visalia, California, Lycon provides engines from everything from everyday family aircraft to record-breaking air show machines. Their expertise is evident in Todd's RV-8, which he later achieved his historic Reno Air Race record thanks to the power and precision of a Lycon-tuned Lycoming motor. In this next sequence of maneuvers, we watch as they actually swap positions here as Steven flies the wing and Todd flying lead as they keep it going all the way through. The Vans RV7 and RV8 that were seeing today, an early design in the RV series. The first RV1 being produced back in 1965. And since that time, these aircraft, designed originally by Richard Van Groosman, have become some of the most popular amateur-built airplanes in the history of aviation. Some 11,000 plus Vans aircraft are flying around the world today. Up and over for another vertical split as we set up for some more opposition passes. We're going to watch to the right as Todd Rudberg in the orange RV8 approaches, and from the left, Stephen Christopher in the red RV7 as they approach show center once again. And rejoining from the Clover Loop back down to air show left. Let's again put our hands together for the Undotted Air Shows team. The entirety of this performance, there's 5 separations, 4 head-to-head opposition passes, 30 overhead maneuvers, and some 2 lead changes. No other air show team anyplace. We see this much going on at any given time, and they take a great deal of pride in doing such. Stephen and Todd would like to extend a very big thank you to the Aviation Nation Air Show team for the invitation to fly for you this weekend, and to the great people of Las Vegas and Nevada for their outstanding hospitality as well. For the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show here at Nellis Air Force Base, they've been cleared to land. Let's put our hands together for Stephen Christopher and Todd Redberg. They are the Undaunted Air Show's team.
One of my favorite parts after we had taxied and we're at the end of the runway is when Thunderbird 1 says, "Burners now," and that's how you know, like, it's about to go down. And you just feel the jet starting to accelerate and just go down the runway. And I just kept on probably yelling in my pilot's ear, like, oh my gosh, we're going. And just probably saying, like, wow, because then I saw the ground immediately start getting smaller and smaller. And the first maneuver that we did, because I was in a practice show as my fan flight, was the loop on takeoff. And that felt insane to feel that force on me right away as the first maneuver was. It was awesome. It was a roller coaster, but better, because then I don't get a stomach-dropping feeling afterwards. Flying is what everybody sees, is the flying, the jets, the tight blue suits. But I would say that's actually second to my favorite part of being a Thunderbird. My favorite part is the people. It's the team. Our teammates, we have such a unique bond because we spend so much time together. I mean, 270 days on the road. You overcome all these challenges and you gain all these memories together that I don't believe you'll get in any other unit.
Welcome back into Broadcast Central here, day 2 of this Aviation Nation Air Show live from Las Vegas, Nevada, Nellis Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin. We are having a great time. The home of the Air Force Thunderbirds, and like she said, we're about ready to get going again all day long with flying here at Nellis.
Absolutely, and we're so excited since I am the resident token Thunderbird fangirl. I love what Captain Vecchio said in that package about the tight blue suits. My husband was a Thunderbird, so still fits in his Thunderbird suit. I'll just say that. I'm so excited to welcome Thunderbird 10 Captain Jan Vecchio to the show. And also she brought along our good friend, our good buddy, Tech Sergeant Cody Coker, who hung out with us yesterday. Had so much fun, he decided to come back. Welcome both to the show. Captain Vecchio, I'll start with you. Just tell us a little bit about Thunderbird 10. What does Thunderbird 10 do for the team?
Oh, man. What do I not do? No, just kidding. I describe it to people like I'm the general project manager of the team. For the military folk out there, you understand that I would be leading the personnel programs and the commander support staff, everything from in-processing, out-processing, managing people's performance appraisals. But then when it comes to the air show, every single person still has a job outside from what you would think an executive officer usually does in a unit. I am the backup range safety observer, backup narrator. Currently, since it is my first season on the team, you'll find me mirroring or signaling to the pilots where show center is, so they know right where they should be hitting the crowd when they come above us.
Wow, so it's really technical. I mean, it's not just your normal average 9-to-5 job of, oh, I'm the executive officer, I'm going to manage this, I'm going to manage that. It's also, I've got to do all that, and I'm also part of the show.
Yes. Yes, I am. Especially since I've done executive officer before. That's actually one of the requirements for this position is you either had to be an executive officer at the group or the wing level. I've done both. And so when I first applied for the job, I was like, oh yeah, executive officer, I've done this before. If anything, it's just more of a front-facing public platform, and I've done recruiting before, so I love both those jobs. Let's get after it. And then when I got into the team, and even as I was shadowing my predecessor, I was like, man, it's much more than that. Like, we are really immersed in the mission. And yes, the air show and the jets is what people see up close. It's what brings the crowds to the air shows. But then there's 130 people in the background really making it happen. And it just gives me so much pride every day to put on this uniform and be a part of it all.
130 members in the background making it happen is Tech Sergeant Coker. Remind us a little bit about what it is that you do for the team, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm the team's recruiting liaison. So it's my job to make sure that when we're going out to these show sites that we're engaging with the communities. We go to school visits, and Captain Vecchio, she comes to school visits with us as well. She does a really good job of inspiring these kids. But we also do STEM events. Also, the enlistment ceremony that we saw yesterday, I coordinated all that. And then we do Pet the Jets as well, where we'll bring organizations out to actually give them a tour of the jets. Just doing our part to engage with the communities while we're there to help with the recruiting efforts as much as we possibly can.
So when you think about the Thunderbird show, and obviously you're here in Las Vegas, your hometown, so a lot of folks locally at least may go, oh, well, we see the Thunderbirds all the time. What would you tell even somebody who's seen you a lot of times about your show and maybe what's so unique about it?
Well, one of my favorite parts that even though I grew up down the street, I didn't really come to Nellis. Let alone, it didn't really dawn on me that the Thunderbirds were stationed here unless you live north of the Strip, really, because I'm a Southwest Vegas type girl, and I went to school in Henderson, and then I went to high school in the Southwest region. So unless you knew someone in the military or you were somehow associated with maybe some programs for the military, there's no reason to really come to this part of town. I would say what makes the experience now different from any other Air Force Base or even any other air show that I've been to is that human connection that we're able to offer people, right? The fact that we're the last performance of the day, there's no excuse for us to not be walking around, taking pictures. And that's what really makes it special for me, especially as a local, is it's seeing the light in the kids' eyes when I give them a handshake or a fist bump, and even their families reminding us that what we do is important too, and just that inspiration piece. So I would say that's the special part of just actually coming out here and experiencing it in person.
Two-way inspiration. It's really cool.
It is. And they inspire me too every day.
Yeah.
It is really cool to, walk around an air show and see, we kind of become, I wouldn't say numb to it, but you get accustomed to being like on an Air Force base, around the jets, seeing the cool stuff. And it almost like re-blues you to see like that sense of wonder in their eyes. So Sergeant Coker, I know you're not a Vegas local. You are from Georgia, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. What kind of led you to want to join the Air Force? We've been kind of asking people about their personal Air Force story.
Yeah.
What kind of led you to join the Air Force?
So growing up in Georgia, we were about an hour away from Robins Air Force Base. My dad was a reservist, and he was an F-15 crew chief. My grandfather was an F-4 crew chief. I have it tattooed on my arm here. And so just hearing the stories from my grandfather and my grandmother about all the travel they did and all the work on the jets that they did. My grandfather was at Edwards Air Force Base back when they were doing a lot of testing on fighter aircraft. So just hearing some of the stories that he told, and then, of course, getting to travel with my dad a little bit, it was always there. And then I can remember a specific time when I was 6 years old. My dad took me to an air show at Robins Air Force Base, and I saw the Thunderbirds, and it just blew my mind. I mean, it was a sight like no other. There's nothing I'd ever seen before. So that goes back to what we do here. It is important for the adults. I think they enjoy it too. But when I see those kids out there, it makes me think of myself, and I'm like, this is what we do. Like, this is, inspiring these kids, and maybe someday they'll join the Air Force as well. You never know.
Yeah, my dad was in the Navy, and the first time I saw an aerial demonstration team, it was, of course, the Blue Angels. Your friends, right? Your friends.
Absolutely.
You know them quite well. But I remember how inspiring that was. So, Sergeant Coker, can you maybe talk to somebody who is going, hey, this sounds pretty cool. I might like to get some more information. How do they do that? How does someone who's interested in the Air Force get more information about the Air Force?
Absolutely. Yeah. If you're interested in joining the Air Force, definitely do some research. Airforce.com is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about the Air Force, whether it be joining as an officer, joining enlisted. All of our career fields are on there, and it gives a good description of those career fields. I will tell you, don't go on Reddit, because you will see some bad stuff. You get some bad apples that want to tell bad stories and stuff. But, coming to the Air Force with an open mind, make of it what you will, and try to have the best experience, that your own personal experience. Don't try to live somebody else's experience. Let that affect you from joining. But yeah, airforce.com is the place to go. From there, you can get in touch with a recruiter, and that recruiter can talk with you about all the requirements, about testing, about getting physically qualified, and then about getting a contract and jobs to eventually become a member of our team.
As we watch some of our civilian acts doing aerial acrobatics out here in the air above the Vegas Valley. Captain Vecchio, it's kind of different on the officer side of the house when we joined. So you being a Las Vegas native, were you a military brat? How did you come to be in the Air Force, ma'am?
Well, I actually had two older cousins who attended the United States Air Force Academy, and when the older of the two brothers was graduating, his mom, my aunt, reached out to my parents. They were like, oh, Jan should come out and see his graduation. I didn't end up going. But fast forward a couple months later, and I was entering my junior year of high school, and so the Air Force Academy was already kind of buzzing around my household, and my aunt and my uncle kind of put in my parents' ear, like, oh, it's a free education. I have a job right afterwards. It's a pretty prestigious school to go to, and so should highly consider. I, for one, I wanted to go to UNLV and UNR, and there's nothing wrong with those schools now that I look back on it. But, I put my name in the hat, joined the Air Force to go to the Air Force Academy. I didn't get picked up my first time. I actually went to the Air Force Academy Preparatory School, and looking back, I have no regrets. I can't imagine what my life would be like if I didn't go to the academy. Met my spouse while I was there, made some lifelong friendships that I just can't imagine. And what I tell students who are interested or maybe on the fence about whether they should go to ROTC or the academy, I tell them the end result is going to be the same if you want to become a commissioned officer in any branch of service. But of course, I'm a little biased. Well, I do preface that with I don't know any other experience. Although going to a normal college and university and doing the ROTC route does sound really fun. But I will say that the bonds that I formed at the academy are uncomparable, because I graduated with 900 to 1,000 classmates who, wherever I go around the world or the country, especially now being on the team, I have someone to contact and just like have dinner and catch up, and it's really a great community to be a part of.
That's what's great about the Air Force. It's
Exactly.
just a small world when you're in the Air Force, for sure. So, man, that's such a great story. I really appreciate you sharing that.
It's definitely a small Air Force, as everybody says, you know, and having been not on the team, but close to the team and being a huge fan, I was just telling Dan, I still got Thunderbirds merch in my house. I'm like, Russ, come on, babe. I know, of course, about the different number designations, but maybe for somebody, can you tell us about your Thunderbird 10? But what do all those different numbers mean on the team?
Oh, yes. Okay, so Thunderbird, there's 12 officers on the team. Thunderbirds 1 through 6 are the demonstration pilots. They're the ones who you go out, see every day, killing it in the air. 7 and 8 are still pilots by their Air Force specialty code, but number 7 is our operations officer. Thunderbird 1, or a boss, he's boss's right-hand man. And then number 8 is our advanced pilot and narrator. 9 is our flight surgeon. 10, that's me. And then 11 is our maintenance officer, and 12 is our public affairs officer.
Love that.
All right.
I love that.
we've known a few number 12.
I've known a few TB12s in my day. I'll just say that much. Tech Sergeant Coker, you know, I'm such a fangirl, obviously. I've said it 14,000 times now. How do I join the team? So let's say I'm out there and I'm doing my regular Air Force job. How do I get on the Thunderbirds?
So all of our jobs get posted in My Vector. So we have 31 different career fields on the team, so you do have to be one of those 31 career fields. So unfortunately no POL if there's any POL that wants to join. But yeah, so basically, as you already know, you're a member of the Air Force first. You go into My Vector. If there's a position available for your career field, you can apply for that position. And then what you'll do after that, you'll submit a package with all of your information, and then you'll be interviewed by whichever officer you're going to be working for. So they'll interview a bunch of people and figure out who's going to be the best fit for the team, who they want to add to us, and then you get selected.
What an honor it must be, though. What was that moment like when you found out, oh, I'm just going to be a Thunderbird?
Oh, I called my dad right away. I had some friends that used to be on the team. I told them I actually have a friend that used to be the chief on the Thunderbirds, and I called him and his wife. We're good friends with them. I let them know right away. But it blew my mind. And my buddy, the air show that I was talking about when I was 6 that I went to, I had a buddy that went with me. And he's a huge Thunderbirds fan. He's a lineman in Georgia right now. But I called him. I was like, hey, Brett, I'm about to be a Thunderbird, man. And he was like, you're kidding me. Like, he could not believe that I was going to be on the Thunderbirds.
That is awesome.
It's an honor, like you said. It is really an honor to be a part of this team.
I love that so much. And I think your dad was actually watching you yesterday. So if you want to go ahead and give a shout out to your dad.
Hey, Mom and Dad. Love y'all.
That's awesome. As we take a look at the commemorative Air Force SoCal Warbirds, we are actually in the cockpit there for a second. Such cool shots brought to you by the 2nd Audiovisual Squadron.
Yeah, beautiful sights and sounds. But hey, we know you're busy. We know you got, just a little show to do later. No big deal. Hour and 15 minutes. But thank you so much for dropping by today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thank
so
you for the
much.
opportunity.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you guys so much. And we are going to go back to our Aviation Nation Air Boss now and watch these commemorative Air Force SoCal Warbirds here at Aviation Nation 2025.
Jays, like the one we're seeing now, was used extensively in the South Pacific to attack enemy shipping bases. They were very popular with their crews. PBJs proved to be rugged, dependable, and lethal. We're going to watch him now from the right to give you a look at what the Japanese would have seen on that fateful day of April 18th, 1942, as the B-25/PBJ Mitchell approaches from the right. Scrambling to engage the PBJ, our simulated A6M0. That's flown by the AT-6 Texan today as the Hellcat is in hot pursuit. The B-25 Mitchell was an American medium bomber that was introduced in 1941 and was named in honor of Brigadier General William Billy Mitchell, a pioneer in U.S. military aviation. Used by the Allied Air Forces, the B-25 served at every theater of World War II, and after the war ended, many remained in service, operating across some 4 decades. Nearly 10,000 were built. Flying in a high combat air patrol over the PBJ, the Hellcat scanning the skies for trouble, and with the simulated Zero hot on the PBJ's tail, he better find some soon. The PBJ capable of carrying some 3,000 so odd pounds of payload internally. You saw the bomb bay doors open. Intercepting our simulated Zero is that of the F-6F Hellcat, powered again by that Pratt & Whitney R2800 double wasp 18-cylinder radial engine. It was armed to the teeth with 6 50 caliber machine guns, each with 400 rounds of ammunition for a total of 2,400 bullets. The Hellcat is a large aircraft weighing in at over some 12,000 pounds, fully combat loaded, but yet had a top speed of 440 miles an hour. Introduced to fleet operations in the fall of 1943, the Hellcat made an immediate and lasting impact to the air war in the Pacific, racking up a 19-to-1 kill ratio, the highest of any fighter during the war. The Hellcat rapidly earned the reputation as the Zero killer in the Pacific theater of operations of World War II. With our simulated Zero engaging the PBJ, the Hellcat in hot pursuit as well as the PBJ works its way around other targets. This particular PBJ was completed in March of 1940 to the U.S. Navy as Bureau number 35857, and underwent conversion from a B-25 to a PBJ. After serving with the Naval Special Weapons Division on the East Coast, this aircraft was stricken from the Navy's inventory in 1947 and purchased that summer by the St. Louis Flying Service. After going through some 12 different owners, it was restored to flying condition in 1981 and purchased by the Commemorative Air Force in 1985. It is painted today in the colors of VMB 611 Fixed Wing Marine Corps Bombing Squadron 611. Marauding across the South Pacific at low altitude, PBJs and their Army Air Force B-25 brethren obtained the nickname of that of treetop terrors from their Japanese adversaries. Many low-altitude strafing modifications to the aircraft were tested and made in the field and resulted in a lethal combination of forward-firing ordnance in addition to a very effective bomb load. We're going to continue to watch now as the aircraft approach from the right. Another strafing pass towards show center and a great pass in review for your cameras here today. From the SoCal wing of the Commemorative Air Force, from the right, the Warbirds. The North American AT-6 Texan coming by, our simulated Zero. It was the Japanese Zero that gained instant fame and fear early on in the war for its incredible maneuverability and long range. It was next to revolutionary when it was first encountered by Allied fighters, who quickly learned that using traditional dogfighting tactics against the Zero ended in a losing fight for the Allies. The Zero was very lightly constructed, which gave it a great turning performance, but later in the war proved to be a disadvantage. The aircraft today is being flown by John Inglesby and our F-6F Hellcat, being flown by Rob Lips-Hertberg. In an aerial salute to all of our military members, both past and present. The aircraft are now repositioning for a photo pass from your right. Get your cameras ready as these iconic vintage aircraft approach show center. Again from the right, from the Southern California wing of the Commemorative Air Force, the PBJ and the F-6F Hellcats. No one does it better. Let's put our hands together for the members of the Commemorative Air Force. As our aircraft continue to work their way around, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the pilots to you. The PBJ being flown today by Mike Donut Hulls and Rogan Fogel. Donut got his start flying in aviation and joined the U.S. Air Force, where he flew the A-10 Thunderbolt II, racking up an impressive 2,100 hours in the famed tank killer, and participated in combat operations over Bosnia. In addition to the PBJ, he's also checked out in many of the Wings aircraft, including the Hellcat, their Zero, which unfortunately couldn't be with us this weekend due to some maintenance issues, and of course the Spitfire Mark 14. He is leading the flight in again from the left, cameras at the ready. What a magnificent sight that is. Mike Hulls is joined today by Roland Fogel. He has a long aviation career and started as a hobby working at his way up in the LAPD chain of command, retiring as a distinguished servant of the community. He has also been a pilot for several major airlines and will soon be checking out in the Wings AT-6 Texan. And our Hellcat today being flown by Robert Lips-Hertberg. Lips, a former F-16 driver in the Air Force, and was bitten by the warbird bug actually while attending this very air show at Nellis Air Force Base many, many years ago. He's checked out in the SoCal's Zero, their F-8F Bearcat, and will soon be flying their Spitfire Mark 14. He works as a defense consultant and lives here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The aircraft are now positioning from our right for their final pass and landing. The SoCal wing of the Commemorative Air Force is honored to be part of this iconic air show here at Nellis. Based out of Camarillo, the Commemorative Air Force SoCal wing is one of just several CAF units across the country. The Commemorative Air Force, or CAF, is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to honor American military aviation through flight, exhibition, and remembrance. More than just a collection of airworthy warplanes from the past, the CAF's fleet of historic aircraft, known as the Ghost Squadron, recreate, remind, and reinforce the lessons learned, the defining moments in military aviation history. To learn more and perhaps join this all-volunteer network of aviation enthusiasts, you can stop by the CAF SoCal aircraft here today at the hot ramp and speak with the team. You can also visit CAF SoCal online and on social media at CAF SoCal. As they work to recover in front of us, please know that we do not fly these airplanes to glorify war, but rather to remember the sacrifices by our veterans and to tell their stories. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in saluting our American heroes, our veterans today who have helped preserve the freedoms that we know of them. As they make their landings, a big round of applause for our Warbird pilots, Mike Holes, Roland Vogel, John Inglesby, and Rob Hertberg, the SoCal wing of the Commemorative Air Force. Always a great sight to see these magnificent Warbirds up in the air where they belong. Well, as they recover, it is now time for more air power action as we welcome next to our show from the United States Navy, the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. We are very pleased to welcome today the West Coast Rhino demonstration team from Strike Fighter Squadron 122, based at Naval Air Station Lemoore in California. Today, flown by the demonstration pilots and instructors of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, the Flying Eagles, they will demonstrate the full flying capabilities of the FA-18. On behalf of the United States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, and the commander of Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, we are proud to present the West Coast FA-18 Super Hornet flight demonstration. Intended to replace the retired F-14 Tomcat and the aging Legacy Hornets, the Boeing-built FA-18 Super Hornet is the Navy's frontline tactical aircraft. Known as the Rhino, the Super Hornet builds on a combat-proven design of the original Hornet, with improvements such as a 30% larger surface area, larger payload, longer range, and increased weapons lethality. The aircraft performing for you today is the F model, which incorporates a two-seat cockpit to accomplish all phases of the assigned mission. During today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander John Miskovac and also that of Lieutenant Robert Dolan, call signs Mac and Mac, will demonstrate the incredible flying characteristics of the Super Hornet. During today's demonstration, they will experience G-forces from -3 to up to 8 times the normal force of gravity, and today's show will be performed at speeds as fast as 700 miles an hour and as slow as 100 miles an hour. Very shortly, you will hear and experience the raw power of 2 General Electric F414 engines, producing 44,000 pounds of combined thrust. The Super Hornet is the Navy's frontline tactical aircraft, and in conjunction with other carrier-borne assets, accomplishes the assigned mission to support the carrier air wing and America's interests. Ladies and gentlemen, on the takeoff roll, please welcome Lieutenant Commander Miskovac and also that of Lieutenant Dolan and your United States Navy's FA-18 Super Hornet. Mac and Mac will now reposition for the dirty roll. Watch as they slow down to less than 200 miles an hour from our left, and will deploy the landing gear and flaps. Watch as they approach show center in the landing configuration. As they approach center point, they'll pitch up and roll the aircraft some 360 degrees with the landing gear still extended. Inbound from the left, the Super Hornet and the dirty roll. After climbing to 4,000 feet, Lieutenant Commander Meskjak and also Lieutenant Dolan will reposition the aircraft into a 1/2 Cuban 8 maneuver, roll upright, and demonstrate the Rhino's incredible pitch authority with a 60-degree nose-up maneuver. The Super Hornet is unique in its ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The flight control computers allow the aircraft to precisely position it when and where the aircrew wants it. Observe now to the left as the aircraft rotates nearly 180 degrees while a nearly flat attitude in this maneuver aptly named the flat pirouette. The Super Hornet's engines produce over 44,000 pounds of thrust while an afterburner. This allows the aircraft to sustain 8 times the force of gravity in a very tight turn radius. Whether in a dogfight or avoiding surface-to-air threats, the ability of the Super Hornet to turn in a tight space gives it a tremendous tactical advantage. Inbound now from the left, it's the Rhino and the minimum radius turn. Completing the MRT, Mac and Mac will execute a vertical tail stand maneuver and proceed outbound as they stand this 40,000-pound jet right on its tail. Lieutenant Commander Meskjak and Lieutenant Dolan are now setting up for a high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach speeds of nearly Mach 1, or the speed of sound. You may notice a buildup of white vapor around the fuselage as they flirt with the sound barrier. As Mac and Mac pass show center, they'll be traveling at a speed of nearly 700 miles per hour. Las Vegas on your feet from the right for some incredible noise on the Super Hornet high-speed pass. After the completion of an aileron roll, the crew is quickly performing a vertical reposition to bring the jet back towards the show line for their next maneuver. Entering this maneuver at 350 knots, the air crew will pull the jet into the vertical and roll the canopy towards the crowd. Selecting full afterburner, they'll reach airspeeds approaching 220 miles an hour and perform a very enjoyable negative 3G pushover to set up for the vertical pirouette. As they pull the nose back up, watch as the aircraft swaps from nose high to nose low as they point the jet back towards the ground. The aircrew is now setting up for a maneuver known as the square loop. Selecting afterburner as the jet reaches show center, the aircrew will quickly reposition the nose some 4 times while flying a square path throughout the sky. From the left, the Super Hornet and the square loop. This next maneuver is an aircrew favorite as the Rhino approaches again from our right. Mac and Mac will accelerate the aircraft to about 250 miles an hour at a height of just 500 feet above the ground. Approaching show center, they'll then roll the aircraft inverted to reduce the power to idle and hold a level attitude. From the right, for a maneuver they call the Ricardo, it is the inverted whisper pass. Lieutenant Commander Miskevjak and Lieutenant Doland are setting up now for a high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed characteristics of the Super Hornet. In air-to-air combat, sometimes the aircraft that flies the slowest has the best tactical advantage. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt a maneuver at such slow speeds and high angle of attack attitudes. With 2 flight control systems working together to aid the flight crew, this 40,000-pound Super Hornet remains completely controllable at less than 100 miles an hour. Mac and Mac will come through and demonstrate this high alpha or high angle of attack pass. During this maneuver, they'll be flying at just 120 miles an hour, holding a 25-degree nose-up position. From the left, the high alpha pass. Mac and Mac, it's Luke Carrico here on the ground. How slow can you go? Hey, Mac and Mac, it's Luke down here on the ground. We got you 5x5. Hey, Mac and Mac, it's Luke. We got you 5x5. Sorry about that. Exiting a maneuver now with a maximum muscle climb. They will roll the jet as where they work their way inbound for this, the pitch rate demo. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until the aircraft is back aboard its floating home. The approach to the aircraft carrier is often the most dangerous part of a naval aviator's mission. Landing the aircraft at 130 miles an hour, just a few hundred feet of floating steel, takes a great deal of concentration and effort by the crew. Often overflying the shift and executing a 180-degree reversal turn, they allow the aircraft to bleed speed and extend the landing gear and flaps, a method allowing aircraft to quickly be sequenced to the downwind leg of the landing pattern. In order to land on an area 1/10 the size of a normal runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. Power, power, wave off, bolter, bolter, bolter. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet that you have seen here today is actually one used to train pilots at Strike Fighter Squadron 122, based at Naval Air Station Lemoore in California. Mac and Mac serve as instructors, teaching new air crews how to employ the Super Hornet. At this time, get your cameras at the ready as the crew sets up now for the photo pass. The aircraft will pass show center in a 90-degree angled bank turn from their right at some 300 feet and 650 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from behind and to the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Please help us thank the entirety of the Flying Eagles maintenance team and maintenance personnel here at the show today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out directly in front of you towards the mountains, you'll see a very nice air traffic control tower. And a high-speed sneak pass courtesy of the Flying Eagles from Strike Fighter Squadron 122. The Super Hornet is now repositioning for its final maneuver before recovery. A carrier approaching the ship at upwards of some 500 miles an hour, just 500 feet off the deck. They'll execute a reversal brake turn, bleeding the speed for the downwind leg of the landing pattern. Here's the Rhino and the carrier brake. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entirety of the U.S. Navy, we thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate the flight characteristics and capabilities of the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. As they make their recovery, one final round of applause for Lieutenant Commander John Meskovac, callsign Mac, and Lieutenant Robert Dolan, also callsign Mac, and today's performance by the FA-18 Super Hornet, the Rhino. Well, what do you think, Nellis Air Force Base? How'd you like that? Pretty awesome stuff from our United States Navy.
So this F-16 is pretty much identical to the one you're going to get in and fly. When they take off, 1 through 4 takes off together in a diamond. So they all 4 take off in line. As soon as they're off the ground, number 4 will slide over under boss.
You can throw this on like a backpack. This will be your torso ornaments. Okay. It's perfect. Yeah. All right, sir. Yeah, push down on that. Just make sure when you do it, you take it off on the right side. Normally.
So then I went to North Carolina for about 6 years, so 2 assignments back to back here on the team, 3rd show season. And I will be passing off the torch in about 2 months.
Tear in your pocket. I think the left one is easier to get another than the right one. Yes. Oh yeah. All right, stay there. Show it. Just put right.
Nice.
So 1-1 ratio. So you'll be. Yeah, you'll be moving up there. Yeah. This is where he was talking about the smoke walls. Basically, like that wall out.
And then eventually you work your way up to show line.
Squeeze.
Chances are if you live or work here in Las Vegas, you've seen those red, white, and blue jets behind us more than once in the skies above the Spring Mountains. The U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, America's premier air demonstration team, calls Nellis Air Force Base home. And this weekend during Aviation Nation, they also had a chance to honor one of Clark County's own with that Hometown Hero flight.
The Hometown Hero program recognizes individuals who make significant contributions to their community, embody the spirit of service and dedication. The Hometown Hero, chosen from dozens of applicants to ride in the back seat. It is not an easy thing to actually find yourself getting selected for. So where the Thunderbirds perform, they do it all across the country at all their shows. For Aviation Nation 2025, the Hometown Hero is Mr. Mike Nevada State Teacher of the Year for 2025. Mike?
I'm great. This is an amazing experience. It's been something else to be here today.
Tell us a little bit about when you're not riding in the backseat of jets. What is it that you do, Mike? Where do you teach?
I teach here in Clark County School District in the Advanced Technologies Academy. I teach high school mathematics, all subjects, all parts of the process.
Yeah, so the science, technology, engineering, math, as you probably already know, you're a teacher, I'm not, but so important, especially when it comes to things like, I don't know, flying big jets like the KC-46 that's just now taking off here. But what drew you in to teach?
Teaching for me is about people. It's always been about the relationships, and I love mathematics, and I love what I do. And as you say, as I was in that plane, in that jet, I was thinking about all the things that are going on at that time, both feeling it and experiencing it. But certainly, for me, it's been the connections and the people, and mathematics has been a part of that great journey. Yeah.
And when you talk about being in that jet, I'm interested to know two things. One, I want to know about the ride for sure. But two, I want to know what your students said when they found out that you were going to ride in a Thunderbird.
Well, they questioned whether I was thinking right about it, first of all. They wondered if it was the kind of thing I would be able to handle. But they were so excited. And when I returned back to school and showed them the pictures and the experience, they were just right there with me. It was so cool.
Absolutely. As we let the F-18 Hornet pass behind us here, just landed after the Rhino Tech demo team. We heard, Dan and I are both parents of teenagers. And so, one, thank you for what you do. I don't know if I could do it, truly. And we know how hard it is to keep teenage boys specifically engaged. And I heard you have some innovative teaching methods. How do you kind of connect with your students?
Well, I think, you talk about teenage boys, but it's all groups, right? And at our school, even more so, we try to make a greater connection to our girl population, our females, is to connect STEM and mathematics and the things that I love and are a part of very important parts of our lives to connect to all of those students, right? But I do lots of things. The goal is to engage students, and I have a love of games and board games. I use gaming and game aspects in the classroom. But I don't just represent myself. I'm a part of a team, right? And there are many of us at ATEC and all throughout Clark County that are giving it their best, right? And so I recognize that part of my journey isn't just to represent myself. And I get to be in the play, but I represent many people who are doing those hard jobs, right? To make education meaningful for students and to change lives ultimately. And that's when you talk about a hometown hero, I don't feel that way. But when I think about what happens in the classroom, it's meaningful. It's life changing, and I change with them, which is what I love. Yeah.
That's so awesome. I mean, and you really are a role model. All teachers are role models. I still remember my 10th grade geometry teacher, Mr. Splitgerber, who I will say told me many days that I had some bad days at Black Rock. That was his phrase for you might want to try a little bit harder on the next test. But tell us about your day here with the Thunderbirds. What was that like?
Obviously there's the flight, but I was so impressed by the many people that worked with me throughout the day. I was surprised that, my flight's at 4 o'clock, but I'm here at 10 o'clock getting the early debriefings, and I got a sense of military precision. And I met with the doctor, I met with the pilot, I met with Flash, and many others who debriefed me at many stages. And I just saw the hard work of many military servicemen and women, and just was really appreciative of that. And honestly, people said, "Well, why would you want to do that?" And there was a naivety to me to just, wow, who wouldn't want to do this? And as I got closer, it got a little bit more stressful, but they definitely gave me lots of help, and it was a ride of a lifetime. It really was, yeah.
So I have to ask, would you do it again, do you think? Or was
Not
this
tomorrow,
a one-time?
Not tomorrow. But I would, boy. Well, first of all, as I spoke to people around the base and even with the Thunderbird teams, what I experienced, many of them didn't have even a chance to yet. And I recognized, in a population of many, I was a very rare person, and that was so special. And I would love to go again. Honestly, I would have a better idea what I was in for, and I might prepare a little bit differently. But it was amazing. It really was.
And a rare person indeed, because you are the 2025 Nevada State Teacher of the Year. Tell us a little bit about what that honor means to you.
Well, it was a surprise and just almost very overwhelming. I guess in the journey so far, I felt that while it was given to me, I represent many people. And again, even just in the small population of my mathematics department of the school, I recognize many, many teachers put in long, hard hours on behalf of our families and our children. And I'm here to represent them and shout them out because of the great work that they do. But it was certainly special to be named that. And I have a year to celebrate teaching. It's something I love to do and promote a great profession. And I would say, part of it is finding the next teacher, right, to fill in and do the job. And when they see me maybe riding in a Thunderbird, they might think, hey, let's give that a shot, right?
So as you got exposure to the Air Force, what's maybe that message now you carry forward to your students about the role of science, technology, engineering, math in a career like the military?
No, I got I got to see a lot of great things and experience some great things. And the message will go back. And we have many students who have entered the Air Force or Navy and other areas of the military. And, I'll be a greater voice for that. I see a power and a need and a great responsibility, and great things happen here. And so I'm going to be part of the recruiting team as well. I think that's and have even more respect for it. Yeah.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Patterson.
An honor.
I hope that give it, a shout out to ATEC in Clark County School District.
Yeah.
And so just humbled by you being here with us today. And thank you again for everything that you do.
It'll never be the same when you look up in the skies and maybe see a Thunderbird roll by.
I walked out here today, and I felt very differently as I watched what was going on in the sky because I knew where that was happening. Yeah. So thank you so much, you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And we are just a couple of hours away, really, from watching the Thunderbirds take to the sky, watching the KC-46 right now demonstrating a unique in-air refueling capability that only the U.S. Air Force has. And so we'll go back to Erebos and listen in. You're watching Aviation Nation 2025.
Back here at Aviation Nation, day number 2 here at Nellis Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin. We just heard from Mike Patterson, the Nevada State Teacher of the Year last year, named earlier this year. But wow, so cool that he got to hang out with the Thunderbirds. We're going to see him in about a couple of hours from now here. Of course, the culminating act, if you will, of this air show. But we have another special guest with us today.
Absolutely. Joining us now here at the Broadcast Center is one of the hardest working airmen out here at Aviation Nation, Staff Sergeant George Amesquita, an Air Force recruiter from St. George, Utah. Sergeant Amesquita, thank you so much for dropping by.
Yeah, of course.
So tell us a little bit about what you do as an Air Force recruiter on a day-to-day basis.
So typically what we do as recruiting is going out to speak to the youth, whether they're qualified for service or not. Our age range is 17 to 42 years old, so anyone up under that, we're kind of planting that seed so they spark the interest of why they should be joining the Air Force in the first place.
Yeah, so I know there's probably a lot of reasons in the Air Force, but can you maybe talk about some of the biggest reasons that seem to matter today for why a young man or woman would want to join the Air Force?
Yeah, so as everyone knows, it's expensive to go to college, so that's probably our biggest sell point, right? We do have free college. We will give you tuition assistance so you can go whether in person, online, depending on your shift schedule. We also have the community college of the Air Force, so not all other services have that, so that's another advantage that we have to the other sister services. So that's a huge reason for why usually the youth will be interested to come in the first place. Ultimately, it's service, right? That's kind of another thing that is kind of hot right now. A lot of the applicants that I talk to is like, hey, I just want to serve my country. I've always, had a dream since I was a kid.
Yeah, when you talk about the people that are serving their country, 30% of the new recruits are actually military brats. 70% are reporting a family member in the armed forces. So I kind of want to speak to maybe somebody that doesn't have any affiliation with the military. Maybe they're just happen to be watching the show today on airforce.com streaming live. And what would you kind of say if they have just no idea at all about the Air Force? What would you kind of tell them to maybe get them interested in looking further?
Yeah, so the first thing is we always got to get to know the applicant. That's the biggest sell point. If we don't know them, we can't really help them. So to question on what their goals are, whether they're professionally, financially, whatever they want to accomplish in life, then we can give them a benefit that will directly support what they're trying to do.
Yeah, so there's a lot of probably misconceptions out there. I mean, there's got to be at least a couple myths. So let's do a little myth busting. Maybe what are the top 3 myths about serving in the Air or Space Force that you hear a lot?
So everyone wants to be a pilot. So everyone comes in, they want to go straight into flying these amazing aircraft. But the only challenge with that is they're either straight out of high school, don't have the qualifying requirements to accomplish that. So not everyone in the Air Force is a pilot. We don't all fly. Not all of us directly work with aircraft. There's, supporters of the med group, civil engineers, other careers that we have that a lot of people don't really notice. That we have the same thing in the civilian world. Base will have that same job.
Yeah, and there's lots of information on airforce.com, but there's also a phone app. So I know the Aim High phone app. Can you tell us a little bit about what that does for somebody that's maybe interested in joining the Air or Space Force?
Yeah, so there's a lot of resources on the Aim High app. It's where you can put in a direct application. It'll get notified to the local recruiter that's assigned to your zip code, and then from there they'll reach out to you. It gives you a lot of different opportunities to look at some of the jobs that we have, some really good resources on getting prepared for boot camp. So all of our recruits and trainees will have that application downloaded, and that's kind of how they smooth line the process to actually go into VMT.
Obviously, right now, recruiting seems to be doing well, right? We're on our way to meeting goal, the delayed enlistment program, but we could always use new people to talk to. So what is the best way to get in touch with a recruiter? Because, always going to maybe a brick and mortar store location isn't always the best. So what's your answer to that?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? So we don't have very many recruiters out in the field right now, so it is hard to get a hold of us. We're either out of school or going to visit with an applicant somewhere, training that we have to do. So popping by into our office isn't always the best thing to do. I mean, we may be there, we may not. Just depends on our schedule. But the Aim High app, it'll go straight to our notification system. That'll go straight to our database. We'll be able to reach out to you. Or Google us. Just shoot us a text. It might not be responded right away, but we will get back to you whenever we have that chance.
And you told me off air that you work an area that covers 50,000 square miles.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible. So when you think about it, that's so, you have so many places to be at once, you know, and you can't clone yourself. And just talking to you, Sergeant Amesquita, you know, I'm thinking about my own recruiting experience. You know, I was from an area that didn't have a large military presence. So shout out to my recruiter, Sergeant Daryl Riley, who had no idea what he was going to do with me, and then was like, hey, I think I know a job that you'd be good at, right? So recruiters, really just an unsung hero, not a lot of love given to recruiters. So what is it like for you? How do you prioritize what you're going to do in a day with so much ground to cover? As we pause for the combat arms demo taken off, something unique only here to Nellis.
Yeah, so we mainly prioritize based off of what jobs they are interested in doing.
The sound of freedom.
Right now, the biggest struggle that we are having is not having enough BMT and tech school slots. So because of that, our wait period to actually go to boot camp is getting a little bit longer. So if the applicant is wanting to do one of our high-need AFSCs, that will expedite the process for them. Those are going to be our special warfare, cyber warfare. Our 2 alphas, anything that puts the in the sky, right, our maintain forces. We need defenders for each and every one of our bases. So those are kind of the one jobs that can expedite, you know, getting to boot camp sooner. The applicants, they flood in. So the kind of management that we do is based off of that and how eager they are ready to go, based off of how we can get them into the office as soon as we can to do the paperwork to get them to MEPS.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Airforce.com if you want more information on joining the Air Force.
Aim High phone app as well. Download that, and we are going to take a look at the Combat Arms demo taking off right here at Aviation Nation.
My favorite maneuver would definitely be the Delta Burst. I just like when they're all coming at you and then they just split apart in different directions. Smoke looks really cool to me.
Watching the Delta Burst from the ground, especially if you're right at Show Center, is something that's really amazing.
Roger, confirmed hit. Mission completed. Roger.
So I would say it happened for me, one of my first shows as number 7, walking into our ops briefing room building, and there was a gentleman, a police officer. He was kind of supplement security team to help with just air show security that weekend. And he was kind of guarding the door, just kind of doing his patrol, and it was the morning, so I had a coffee in my hand. I was like, well, I'll just stop by, say hi, a couple minutes. Like, that's, in fact, why we're there, is just to, like, integrate, immerse ourselves, meet with the locals. So we were having a chat and talking about it. And he's like, hey, we're super excited Thunderbirds are here. Like, really looking forward to air show. And, the conversation started off, like, very just superficial, top level, like weather, how long are you guys in town for, where's your next show? But then just, a couple minutes, 5-10 minutes later, we started talking. I was like, hey, do you have any family coming out? Because I was like, I'd love to, like, give you guys some tickets if you want to have them come out to the show. And he was like, actually, like, my wife and little kid. And I was like, oh, sweet, kid, like, automatic, cool. Hey, here's some pins and stickers. So I reached in my show fly bag, gave him the pins, and then, nice greeting, said goodbye, and then went up to the briefing room to get ready for the day. Didn't really think much of it, like, other than, hey, that was a cool conversation with the police officer, and then went on with my day. Fast forward now to Sunday at the air show. I'm in the autograph line, signing brochures, and all of a sudden, like, the adults the sea of adults parts, and there's a little guy standing there, and I notice he has a Thunderbird pin. And I was like, no way. And then there's a lady standing behind him, and she's like, Flash, this is Timmy, because the gentleman I was talking to, a police officer, he had mentioned his son's name was Timmy, and he had the Thunderbird pin that I gave his dad. And so I was like, cool. I just, like, Heisman to everybody else. I was like, Timmy, come here, buddy. So I kneeled down, gave him a high five, asked him how his day was doing, how he liked the show, and then I was like, hey, do you have a brochure? Would you like me to sign it? And so I signed that. I think I signed a hat for him too, and we were just chatting it up. Kind of just the world stopped, because I was like, oh, dude, this is the kid's or the guy's son that I was talking to, and I was like, sweet, definitely just want to dedicate some time to him. So we had a nice interaction, said hi to mom, and then they disappeared into the sea of crowd, kept signing autographs and brochures, and that was what I thought was the end of it. Well, now as we are the next day getting ready to depart, leaving McCord, I see his dad. I was like, hey, sir. I was like, good to see you. I was like, yeah, I ran into your son, Timmy. And there's something different about him. And he was very just kind of somber, but not in like a bad way. And he was like, Lieutenant Colonel White, I just want to talk to you for a sec. I was like, yeah, what's up, buddy? He's like, I just want you to know that, like, that was amazing what you did yesterday. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, you just took the time to talk to my son, Timmy. I was like, oh, that's why we're here. Recruit, retain, inspire. That's what it's about. And he's like, no. He's like, you don't understand. He's like, my son, he's like, he's on the spectrum. He just loves Air Force jets, anything fast. And he's like, the fact that you took the time just to, like, kneel down, spend some time, acknowledge him. He's like, he hasn't stopped talking about that interaction. I was like, fantastic. I was like, that's super humbling to hear. I was like, thank you so much. He's like, no, honestly, he's like, I want you to have this. And he hands me his knife that he has had ever since, like, day one on the workforce. I was like, sir, absolutely, I cannot do this. He's like, Flash, he's like, you took care of the most important thing to me in my life. He's like, this is the least I can do to say thank you. And so he handed me that knife, and I forever have it. It's sitting on my pedestal in my wardrobe on the shelf there, and that's what I look at every time I'm going in to, like, get dressed for work, just as a reminder, like, that's why we do this, is to have impact like that. Something, as it's going on, it maybe seemed like a 10-minute conversation, a quick 5-minute conversation with a little kiddo, but it's much more than that. It's a lasting impact. It's inspiring, and that's why we're doing what we do.
Across the nation. How about a big round of applause for our air boss, Kelly Hudson? It is now time that we turn things over to Stephen Covington, and to tell you all about it, please welcome the voice of SRC Air Shows, Mr. Alan Mitchell.
Thank you, Luke. Ladies and gentlemen, look low and to your right. Making a lot of smoke down there is the man in the muscle biplane Pitts S2S Fury. That is Stephen Covington from Longview, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, move to the crowd line. It's about to get wild. The Fury's knife-edge takeoff with Stephen Covington behind the controls. He's going to climb out and reposition that aircraft and get ready, because it's going to get low, fast, and wild right here at the Aviation Nation Air Show. Like Luke was saying just a minute ago, he's inside the aerobatic box. You're going to see him fly a half pipe routine. When he gets to the end of the box, he's going to pull up, gain a little bit of altitude, or in this case, he's just going to do a hard turnaround out to the left. Use every bit of that AEIO 540 engine stuffed inside that machine. Come right back down the show line, pull up on the 45. Watch him go to the left, and now snap it back to the right. Now the nose comes down and the airspeed comes up. This Pitts is number 11 of only 17 factory-built S2S aircraft. Watch the hard turn out there. That's about 6 times the force of gravity slamming him down to the seat right there. Coming over for the 4-point hesitation roll. This was a purpose-built aerobatic aircraft. In the 60s and 70s, they dominated aerobatic competitions across the world. Today, the Edge 540 and the Extra 300, they've kind of taken the scene, those aerobatic monoplanes. Watch, he stands on the rudder pedal right here. That is the hammerhead turnaround. Now he's going to snap it on the down line. One more time, the airspeed coming up. As he brings it back to show center, no air show would be complete without the big, huge Barnstormers loop. Watch as he pulls that machine up over the skies, hanging off the harness right now. The first half of this show we call the basics. These are all aerobatic maneuvers that you might learn when you first start aerobatic training or competition. A quick turnaround by Stephen Covington. Watch, he pulls that nose right back up into the sky, right off the deck, right there. Rolling it over on the 45. But this aircraft isn't all about snappy maneuvers. It's also about precision. Watch as Stephen Covington brings the Pitts back around for the super slow roll. He's going to climb up for a few seconds and cool off that AEIO 540 engine, and they're going to bring it back for the more wild, a little bit of uptick for the second half of the show. But right now, I want every one of you to get out your phones and go to SRC Air Shows on your favorite social media platform and give us a like, because that's how we make money in this business. We don't do it flying air shows. But our sponsors see that stuff, and they like it. They give us money so we can leave Texas every once in a while. Stephen wasn't raised around aviation. He actually fell in love with it as a kid while watching the movie Tora, Tora, Tora. He took an aerobatic ride at his local airport, and try as he might, the pilot tried to shake him and could not rattle the young man. Stephen knew what he wanted to do with the rest of his life, and in 2001, he earned his wings, got his aerobatic certifications, and he starts way up high, over 800 feet, just like all of our aerobatic performers do, and he works his way down. He has what's known as a surface level waiver, and he's not afraid to use it. He can do aerobatics all the way down to the ground. He's also the owner of East Texas Muscle Cars in Longview, Texas. They do everything from dyno tuning all the way to full custom rebuilds. You can check them out online at easttexasmusclecars.com. Right now, we're looking high in the sky for 3 puffs of smoke that'll let us know that Stephen's ready. There's 1. Look high and to your right. That's 2. And 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen's ready. Aviation Nation, are you ready? Here we go. Spinning back down into your lives with the triple nickel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stephen Covington, SRC Air Shows and the Fury. Watch, he comes screaming back into the aerobatic box, right down off the deck. That is a 9G pull right there. He actually broke his G meter on that. He's going to pull way up into the vertical, hang it off that whirlwind propeller for Charlie Hillard's torque roll. Chopping the power, sliding back down through his own smoke, and we're just getting started. Listen to the sound of that thing screaming through the sky. Once again, right down off the deck. Now he's going to pull up and reposition the aircraft. Watch, he's going to pull all the way up into the invert. Over the top, hanging off the harness. He's going to bring it back to show center. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of his favorite maneuvers, simply called the blender. What do you think of that, Aviation Nation? Who wants to go for a ride with Stephen Covington? Well, you can't, because there's only one seat in that airplane. Once again, pulling up on that 45-degree upline. Here he goes, ripping, flipping, and tumbling through the skies over Nevada. There are many aircraft in the world that are designed to hover. Helicopters mainly, but there are a few fixed-wing aircraft. This is not one of them. But right now, Stephen Covington is going to attempt to stop the Fury in the sky. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Fury hover. In the first half of the show, he showed us that big Barnstormers loop. Now he's going to reposition, bring it back to show center, and show us the minimum radius or micro loop. Now, as long as I've known this guy, I've never really understood his next maneuver. At one point, he said it was dedicated to all of his ex-girlfriends back in Texas. I'm not real sure what he meant by that, but I don't know. Maybe you can help me figure it out. Little snap at the top. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Longview Broken Heart. Once again, in the first half, he showed you the hammerhead turnaround. Now he's going to keep his foot on the rudder pedal, spin that aircraft around not once, but twice. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the double hammerhead. Now, you've seen him rip, you've seen him flip, you've seen him tumble across the sky. But here, momentarily, he's going to change altitude for airspeed, build it up, bring it back to show center, and tumble on the upline. Here comes the Fury, and then vertical tumble. This next maneuver is his absolute favorite. Watch, he pulls back up into that Immelman maneuver. He's going to pull up, back up over the top, hold it inverted, get ready. Right about now, he's slamming that stick forward for the e-brake turnaround. Another quick maneuver change. Now he's going to come back up on the 45 and hold on. bringing that tail over that whirlwind propeller. What a heck of a ride in the Pitts S2S Fury. Watch it comes down the show line and then back up in the skies with the knife edge climb. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you've not yet done so, get your cameras ready. Stephen Covington's going to bring the Fury down the show line one more time for a photo pass. Here he comes right now over your right shoulder. Ladies and gentlemen, SRC Air Shows presents the Fury. And once again, we want to see all of the amazing photographs you shot today. Go to srcairshows.com and share those with us. We also want to thank the amazing people who made it possible for us to bring the Fury to you. Flying Eye Sunglasses, Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, AC Air Tech, Hartzell Engine Tech, SkyTech, Power Up Aircraft Ignition Systems, Soft Parachutes, Alcor, Concord Batteries, Tempest, and point-to-point navigation provided by iFly GPS. Ladies and gentlemen, for Stephen Covington and SRC Air Shows, hold on, we're not done just yet, Luke. There's one more thing you're not going to see anywhere else in the world today or in any other aircraft that flies today. Every aircraft that flies out here has to fly a downwind base and final. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Stephen Covington is inverted on his downwind leg. Pulling up into the vertical, this is his base leg. Do not try this in Grandpa's Cessna. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fury's tail slide to land. As he brings that aircraft out and sets it down gently as possible from 1,500 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for SRC Air Shows and Stephen Covington, my name is Alan Mitchell. It has been our pleasure to be here with you at Aviation Nation. Luke Carrico, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it all the way up and down the line for Stephen Covington, and let that extend to the voice of SRC Air Shows, Mr. Alan Mitchell. Incredible flying. Well, right now, we want you to keep your heads on a swivel because we're about to reenact a scenario, and we want to give you a heads up about that. You might hear some loud kabooms. You're going to see some pyrotechnics, but what we do know is that it's going to be awesome. And it's coming up next as we prepare for our combined arms demonstration, and we await the cue to present this impressive display of air power that is
part of the 2nd Audio Visual Squadron based out in Hill Air Force Base, Utah. Right now we're at Aviation Nation at Nellis Air Force Base. Right now I got my favorite treat, a churro. Let's find out what the Thunderbird's favorite meals are.
I'm a big believer, like when we travel, to eat at the local mom and pop places. Like I don't want to go to chain restaurants, especially if we have it in Vegas, because Vegas has so many chain restaurants that it's just super important to me to like support local places when we travel.
Las Vegas has some of the best food I've ever had in my life. So the one thing that I get every time I come back is pizza from my favorite pizza shop in Vegas. And that is my return from home. I don't have anything in my fridge, and I just need something. And then I get enough that I can have it for breakfast the next day and still enjoy it. So there are like a ton of great places across the country. I'm a huge foodie, so I'm all about it. But man, just coming home to that slice that I want is absolutely the best.
Favorite food would be
either sushi. Whenever we're traveling on the road, I always look for a good sushi place. Or my mom's molasses cookies. It's my 2 favorite foods.
Oh man, favorite food, French fries. That's my go-to. The cool thing about French fries, you can get them anywhere you go, so it makes fitting into the show suit a little bit harder, but I'm a sucker for some French fries.
Tamales, probably my favorite. We usually make those around Christmas, and it's just like a experience. You get your whole family together around the table and just making those, and then you get to enjoy them after a couple hours.
Favorite food? That's an easy question for me. Anything chocolate. So it does not matter if it's like chocolate. Yo, good to go. Chocolate and peanut butter, best combo ever. Sign me up. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, can't go wrong.
There's a steak in a hotel, and hotel food is usually not the best, but there was a hotel that we stayed in Canada 2 years ago, and I have not forgotten about that steak in 2 years. It was great.
I like any kind of food, but ramen would probably be my favorite one. If not ramen, it would be pozole, which is a Mexican soup, so yeah.
My favorite food, I always try to go to Olive Garden. A lot of people don't like Olive Garden and say it's not real Italian food, but every time I go there, I get the same thing. The rigatoni with 5 cheese marinara, and then the crispy chicken Frito on that. It's the best thing in the world, and I get it every single time, no matter what.
I have to give it to my grandma. She still makes the best food. I don't care what anyone says. But it was albóndigas with a little bit of rice and beans. Just nice, simple meal, and it just fills you up. And just the thing of it being homemade just always hit the spot.
I love salsa and chips. And salad, believe it or not. I eat a lot of salad. That's like I would eat that for every meal for the rest of my life if I could, which is weird, because it's salad.
I like any and all types of food everywhere we go, but I'm gonna have to say my favorite meal is my mom used to make king crab for it was Christmas Eve dinner. So she'd make this king crab, and you get a baked potato, and it was just mounds and king crab, and that's my favorite meal. That's my go-to.
These Air Force Pararescue Men, or PJs, are the only DoD elite combat forces specially organized, trained, equipped, and postured to perform personnel recovery, or PR, to include both conventional and unconventional combat rescue operations. The PJ's primary function are that of personnel recovery specialists with emergency medical capabilities in humanitarian and combat environments. PJs deploy in any available manner to include land, air, and sea tactics into restricted environments to authenticate, extract, treat, stabilize, and evacuate injured personnel while acting in an enemy evading recovery role. The majority of pararescue men fall under the traditional rescue squadrons of Air Combat Command, and a small number of PJs are assigned to the Air Force Special Operations Command, or AFSOC, and are vital members of the Special Tactics Team leading personnel recovery operations for U.S. Special Operation Command forces. High and overhead, our 4 PJs work their way inbound to their landing zone to help treat our simulated wounded individuals. Often as part of these high-altitude, high-opening jumps, PJs will utilize supplemental oxygen, flying packs that can be at times weighing in at over 120 pounds. This can include weapons, communication radios, and other equipment. And once they are firmly on the ground, they are ready to conduct the mission in order to treat the wounded individuals. working their way down from altitude. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our PJs successfully working their way into their landing zone. As our PJs have safely worked their way in to the landing area to treat the injured simulated survivors and individuals of this simulated battle, high overhead enemy aircraft are pushing inbound. With the enemy aggressor force high overhead, they continue to take over this friendly airfield. Friendly ground forces are forced to take cover. And as they face the threat of being overrun and losing their position, the friendly forces have called in air support from the world's preeminent air power, the United States Air Force. In response to the enemy air attacks, the F-22 Raptor air superiority fighters launched to intercept the enemy aircraft. The F-22's a fifth-generation air combat fighter flies to intercept the enemy aircraft as they seek to chase off or engage and intercept and neutralize the aggressors. As you will witness in this next pass, the pilot's air combat skills will be put to the test as they engage two enemy fighters before your very eyes. Utilizing superior aircraft performance and unmatched pilot training, the adversaries are no match for the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptors. Raptor pilots have successfully neutralized the enemy aircraft, and they've achieved their goal, air superiority. With this established, the friendly forces enjoy freedom of movement throughout the sky. However, the tactical situation on the ground is still challenging as the enemy continues to engage friendly troops to the east side of the airfield. The Air Force Tactical Control Party Joint Terminal Attack Controller will utilize U.S. Air Force air interdiction and close air support aircraft to neutralize enemy ground forces and turn the tide of battle. The JTAC works with the ground forces commander to understand the tactical battle situation and then communicates with the supporting aircraft to utilize their sensors and weapons to protect those friendly forces, as well as find, fix, and engage enemy combatants and their equipment. Watch closely now as the battle unfolds. Two F-15E Strike Eagles and two A-10 Warthogs check in with the JTAC, ready to provide close air support to the friendly ground forces on the airfield. Enemy forces are advancing onto friendly positions, and the ground troops are under heavy fire. The JTAC quickly relays the situation to the pilots inbound, and they immediately spring into action. The formations above are equipped with several communication radios, multiple targeting systems, defensive sensors, and nearly 30,000 pounds of combined ordnance. These highly trained aviators will provide armed overwatch and CAS to the friendly ground forces. While the A-10s continue to conduct their close air support attacks, F-35 and F-16 multi-role fighters check into the JTAC's airspace. Tasked with providing air superiority, interdiction, and suppression of enemy air defenses, the F-16s and F-35 support the air superiority from enemy fighters and enemy surface-to-air missile systems. On the A-10's previous attack, the enemy ground forces attempted to engage the low-flying A-10 with a surface-to-air missile. The A-10 defended against the missile with flares and departed the threat area unfazed. It's now up to the F-16s to find, fix, and neutralize, along with the F-35s, the enemy missile launcher before it can fire again. The aircraft utilizes advanced sensors and weapons, and the aircraft plan their attack. The coordinated attack is effective and the enemy missile launchers are struck, but some systems remain. The F-35 and F-16 sensors detect another SAM system and they set up for a re-attack. Despite having established air superiority, Air Force aircraft must always remain vigilant to enemy fighter aircraft potentially making the intercept. As the F-16s again engage the ground forces, the enemy fighters, the aggressors, make their move. Bolt Flight and Viper Flight continue to engage the enemy combatants on the ground as Boar Flight and Strike Flight approach again from your left. Boar 1-1 and Boar 1-2 push inbound, utilizing the impressive GAU 8 Avenger Gatling gun. Targets are neutralized. Earlier in our battle, the PJs have stabilized the wounded in action, but the casualties need to be evacuated to a higher level of medical care. In this battle, the JTAC requests rescue from the HH-60 helicopters and escorting fighter aircraft to facilitate the medical evacuation of the simulated wounded personnel, as well as the pararescue team on the ground. The mission rescue commander organizes the forces, determines the game plan to pick up these injured personnel. Prior to the pickup, the JTAC mission commander and the strikers will work together to neutralize any and all remaining enemy threats to ensure a safe passage for the rescue team. Escorted by the A-10s and the F-15Es, the rescue helicopters ingress to the casualty pickup point. The rescue helicopters work their way to the established helicopter landing zone to land and pick up the friendly wounded ground forces and the PJ team. After all of the injured friendly ground force members are safe in the helicopter, the HH-60 crew makes a call to the rescue mission package, and they egress the area with the fighters escorting above. With all enemy forces now effectively neutralized, the HH-60s and the PJ team can now enjoy freedom of movement over their airfield. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for your Air Force combat airmen. Over the course of the next few minutes, you will see the diverse array of participating aircraft of this combined arms demonstration recover here to Nellis Air Force Base. The similar formations of 5 different types of aircraft, each with their own unique mission capabilities, will approach, representing the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron. You will see the A-10 Warthogs, the F-15E Strike Eagles, F-35 Lightning IIs, F-16 Fighting Falcons, and the F-22 Raptors as they approach in close formation. They'll be followed by the 2 F-16s from the 64th Aggressor Squadron. Today's combined arms demonstration will conclude with a pass and review by the 2 HH-60 helicopters and their pararescue team on board, assigned to that of the 88th Test and Evaluation Squadron. None of what you have seen here today would be possible without the continued support and partnership of this community and its citizens. These are just some of the normal operations that occur every day right here in your own backyard at Nellis Air Force Base and the Nevada Test and Training Range, the world's premier proving ground for air, space, and cyberspace lethality, where the mission is to develop airmen and advanced warfighter capabilities through testing, training, and tactics development to dominate the multi-domain fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2025 Aviation Nation Combined Arms Demonstration, and we hope you've enjoyed this effort to showcase just a few of the wide-ranging combat capabilities of the U.S. Air Force and air combat power of Nellis Air Force Base. If you have further questions about Air Force combat air power, we encourage you to stop by the static displays of our aircraft and meet with your U.S. Air Force aviators. It's your engagement that makes events like these truly special. The aircraft participating as part of today's combined arms demonstration are now sequencing to land as they now on initial from our right for runway 03 right. You will get the opportunity to see each of the aircraft as they come by in this overhead break as they pitch to land. First in from the right, our simulated aggressors, that of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, the F-16 Fighting Falcons. They are followed by the F-22 Raptor Air Superiority Fighters. We recognize the efforts of Captain Mike Basic, Evaluation Squadron A-10 test pilot and division commander for spearheading this year's combined arms demonstration. The United States Air Force Weapons School, recently celebrating their 75th anniversary, has been on the cutting edge of technological advancements, tracing its roots to the Aircraft Gunnery School, established here back in 1949. It continues to support great deals of efforts, including that also of the on-station red flag and green flag held here at Nellis, and one of the latest combat exercises series conducted, Operation Bamboo Eagle, testing forces in a combat representative environment. Again, the demonstration that you have seen here today, just a brief look at what happens here daily at Nellis Air Force Base and within the Nevada Test and Training Range. Next into the initial from the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron, more F-16 Fighting Falcons. An aircraft type just this past year celebrating its 50th anniversary. As our aircraft recover on runway 03 left, they will make their way past the crowd, again giving you a good close-up look at many of the combat assets based right here in Nellis. Inbound of the break, high and overhead, here's the F-35A Lightning IIs. Followed by the Mud Hens, the F-15E Strike Eagles. One of the most impressive combat air power demonstrations you will see any place. How about another big round of applause for our Nellis Air Force Base Airmen? Last into the break from the right, an aircraft that soon is to be retired, as all good things do come to an end. They are the A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, affectionately known as the Warthogs, an aircraft that has been serving as part of the United States Air Force since the 1970s and soon to be retired by the end of 2029. The A-10 capable of shooting rounds the size of Coke bottles at some 70 rounds a second. It's essentially just the final evolution of throwing a rock at someone. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, specializing in that of close air support and combat search and rescue, CAS and CSAR. And they'll be making their recovery momentarily as well. Again, a great photo opportunity as our aircraft make their way down the line in front of you. Be sure to remember to hashtag Aviation Nation on all of your social media posts. A great taxi passed in review of these aircraft led by the 64th aggressors, the F-16s. They certainly will not be able to hear you with the engines going and the canopies closed, but the pilots, they can see you, so be sure to wave your hands and your hats up high in appreciation for that spectacular demonstration for us here today. And coming down the line from the right, the HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopters from the 88 Training and Evaluation Squadron. They're best known as the Jollies. The PJ team on board. Be sure to give them a big wave. Well, the air show action continues now in the skies over Nellis Air Force Base as our flying display continues. And in just a moment, we're going to be introducing to you a guy who is considered to be one of the best air show performers this country has to offer. And his name is Bill Stein. Bill Stein is on the takeoff roll now as he prepares for his air start. And this, the Zivco Edge 540, one of the world's most impressive aerobatic superplanes. Bill Stein has over 5,000 hours of aerobatic and formation time and is regarded, as I mentioned, as one of the finest air show entertainers. He began flying aerobatics when he was still a student pilot and has dedicated to perfecting his skills ever since. He's been performing on the circuit for more than 30 years and even flew on tour with the famed Red Baron Pizza Squadron. Today, he's going to be ringing it out as we see a display of high-energy, bone-crushing aerobatics. Bill Stein, the recipient of the ICAS Sword of Excellence, and most recently in 2021 was the recipient of the coveted Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Beginning his routine at about 1,000 feet above the ground as he sets up for his air start, he's going to dive in and we're going to see some incredible aviating by this guy known as the coach's coach. And for all of our friends down in the Flight Line Club and the premium box seats, a big hello to you. I hope you're all having a great time. And for those of you down there, we do invite you to stay seated so everybody gets a great view. Right now, Bill Stein is high and overhead as he prepares for this down and dirty power aerobatic routine. He'll be working his way inbound as we now launch yet another F-22 Raptor as part of our show. That'll be part of the F-22 Raptor demonstration team that'll be coming up here at just about 2:10 this afternoon. Piloted today by Captain Nick Letourneau, call sign Laz. He'll be demonstrating to us the full combat and flight capabilities, rather, of the F-22 Raptor in today's demonstration. High and overhead right now, you will see the smoke is on as we welcome a gentleman brought to you by Lycon Aircraft Engines, CJ Aviation, Champion Aerospace, Hartzell Propeller, Soft Emergency Parachutes, B&C Specialty Products, Spot GPS Systems, and Two Bro Aviation. Please make welcome Mr. Bill Stein. Into the vertical, we watch Bill Stein as he climbs skyward, running out of airspeed as he now caps it off on the top. As he prepares to drop this aircraft out of the sky. Take a look as he puts this airplane into a fully developed knife-edge spin. That airplane is no longer flying, but rather falling at some 4,000 feet per minute. Only around right at here does he reconnect with the air. Those wings doing what they do when he flies out of it with just about 500 feet to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our show at Aviation Nation, Mr. Bill Stein. Up and over the top. Bill, as I mentioned, one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots any place, and by far the most friendly. He has incredible credentials as a coach, as a formation pilot, and a solo aerobatic performer as he completes this, a maneuver he calls the Nickolator. Looking at around 220 miles an hour right now. We talk a lot about the G-forces that these pilots pull. And during this routine, we'll actually see Bill pull upwards to some 12 times the force of gravity. We'll watch him now as he goes nose for tail, tail for nose, into this maneuver he calls the Chandalanche, named in remembrance of the great Shandy Clanton, a wonderful aerobatic pilot. As we stand here on Earth, we are at 1G, or 1 times the force of gravity, but as Bill pulls back on the stick like this right now, there it is, he actually gets pushed into the seat with upwards at times to about 12 Gs. What does that mean? Well, if you were a 200-pound person like me, you then weigh 2,400 pounds in that cockpit. It is incredibly punishing indeed. This Zivco Edge 540, capable of some incredible maneuvers as we see 3 rapid snap rolls and some opposite aileron rolls as he dives back in towards show center for his next maneuver. Bill's passion for precision flying is evident in every single move he makes, and he practices nearly every day to keep his skills razor sharp. And you can see why as he continues to tumble this thing around in a maneuver he calls the spiraling tower. Hanging on that Hartzell propeller, there's 1 turn going in for 2 flat spins and a half, putting the airplane exactly where he wants it each and every time. Let's give it up, everybody, for Bill Stein and the spiraling tower. During Bill's performance, he will at times be actually using the gyroscopic force of the engine and the propeller to at times appear to be seemingly out of control. There are moments where he's along for the ride, but he knows exactly when to put in the right input so he can get the right output and get back into controlled flight once again. Pushing himself and this aircraft to the absolute limits. And he will now set up from the right for a maneuver he likes to call the slide winder. Let's take a look now to the right as he dives in with airspeeds in excess of 220 miles an hour. Picking up our show line, watch as he pushes on the 45, look for the rolls, and now the forward stick, forward rudder, continuing to roll the airplane. There we go, there's the knife edge tumble. And completing the slide winder maneuver with a snap. Now you may have noticed Bill's very special paint job that he has on this Zivco Edge 540. It's got a chroma flare paint job and it actually allows it to change color. You'll see some purple and some green and some yellows and oranges and blues. It all depends on how the light approaches the airplane. That's not a cheap paint job, that's for sure. Now, he's off to the left. He's in relatively slow speed flight. And that's our indication he's setting up for a series of maneuvers he likes to call the dinks. Check this out. We're going to watch him. Even at relatively slow speed flight, this airplane remains remarkably maneuverable. Watch him. Forward stick, forward rudder, and around he goes. And he will do that in a couple of different directions down the show line. Again, showcasing the incredible performance of one of the most sought after aerobatic monoplanes. Pulling back on the stick. Watch as he eases the stick back into his lap right there as he flies the airplane up into a loop. Probably one of the most docile maneuvers of his routine today. And of course performed flawlessly by Mr. Bill Stein. I don't know about you, but that's a whole lot of hashtag nope for me. He is going to recover from the centrifuge, and I want you to take a look at this next maneuver. He's going to pull up into the vertical. for a figure that's called a torque roll. He is actually going to use the torque of the engine and the propeller turning one direction, with him turning the opposite direction, to in fact hover this aircraft and stop it in one spot in the sky. It was a maneuver first invented back in 1972 by the great Charlie Hillard. As he backs it up, there's 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in reverse. What do you think about that, Nellis Air Force Base? Let's put our hands together for Bill Stein and the torque roll. There's the super slow roll down the line. One of the most graceful maneuvers, but by far one of the most challenging to perform well. As we continue to watch that chroma flare paint change color. Bill Stein is a guy who just loves this kind of stuff, and of course loves sharing it with others as well. Not only as a full-time aerobatic and airshow performer, but also that of a coach for many up-and-coming airshow performers. We're going to watch him now as he performs the quadruple avalanche. It's an avalanche that's, well, a loop with a roll on the top. He's going to roll it 4 times. Let's watch him now as he reaches the top, about 80 miles an hour. There's 1, there's 2, 3, and 4. Another big round of applause for Bill Stein and the quadruple avalanche. A quick 4-point hesitation roll to air show left, as he will now pull into the vertical once again. Bill Stein, an absolute legend in our air show business. He was the 2016 recipient of the International Council of Air Shows Sword of Excellence, the 2021 recipient of the Art Show Memorial Showmanship Award, and it was also in 2015 that he was inducted into the ICAS Air Show Hall of Fame for his contributions as a pilot with the world-famous Red Baron Pizza Squadron. Setting up now, this is a maneuver he calls the Woo-Wee Tumble. This is where the woo-wee comes into play. Bill Stein says stolen from the master himself. Some of you know who that is, a man who said a lot of woo-wees over the years, aptly named. This Edge 540 built from the ground up to perform exactly what you're seeing right now. You won't find any cup holders. You won't find any air conditioning. And for those pilots that do this kind of flying, after they perform their routine, it looks like they've just encountered maybe an hour and a half hard workout. What a way to burn some calories. From the right, here's the inverted pass, hanging upside down just from the shoulder harnesses, his 5-point harness keeping him firmly into the seat. Watch for that 400-degree roll rate right about now. There's the roll and the pitch. Bill Stein, again, a legend in our business, a surface-level aerobatic performer, in case you haven't mentioned, and at times will be down at, well, we like to call jackrabbit scaring altitudes, but right now, he is setting up for a tribute, a maneuver that makes the Edge 540, again, one of those most impressive aerobatic aircraft. It's his salute to an aircraft that's about to be retired in a few months. It's the AV-8B Harrier II. This is the Harrier pass. Take a look as he slows this thing down to as slow of an airspeed as possible. Not as much wind at altitude here today, as he now tracks across the ground at about 10 or perhaps 15 miles an hour. And with enough gust, he can actually fly this airplane backwards. Puffing a little smoke. Look how slow he's going, hanging on the prop of that Hartzell propeller, and of course the pilot skill of Mr. Bill Stein, the Zivco Edge 540. Let's put our hands together for his salute to the mighty Harrier. It's Bill Stein and the Harrier pass. Bill would like to thank his sponsors, to include Lycon Aircraft Engines, CJ Aviation, Champion Aerospace, Hartzell Propeller, Goodyear Aviation, Softy Emergency Parachutes, BNC Specialty Products, Spot GPS Systems, and 2Bro Aviation. Coming by now from the right in what he likes to call slideways flight, as he slides it, showcasing that incredible rudder authority, his wave for all of you here at Aviation Nation 2025. He has been cleared to land. How about a very nice round of applause, Las Vegas, for Mr. Bill Stein. impressive flying, as always, by Mr. Bill Stein. Always a pleasure to work with him at air shows across the country. Here's what's going to happen, everybody. We're going to get Bill Stein recovered, and we work our way to the backstretch of our flying display here today. And as Bill works his way in, we again want to say a big thanks to many of our partners who have stepped up to be part of this year's show and have supported this weekend for all of you to come out and enjoy. We want to say a big shout out to the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix. They're located down by the Inspire exhibit. That's located all the way down to Air Show Wright. And you can stop by, say hello, and check out some F1 stuff down in that direction. And we also want to say a big thanks to our friends at Victory Capital. They're on site, ready to help you achieve your financial goals. You can visit them today in the sponsorship booth area to learn how you can start investing and grab a free one-of-a-kind wooden airplane to celebrate Aviation Nation. We say thanks to Victory Capital for their support. Also, thanks to Texas Roadhouse. Join them tonight for a feast. They're conveniently located 5 miles down the road on East. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a quick question for you. Are you having a good time? Nope, not acceptable. We'll try that one more time. It's warm today. Are you Las Vegas having a good time? Yeah, that's better. Us too. Well, in just a moment, we're about to turn things over to your United States Air Force as we welcome to our show that of the F-22 Raptor. It is my pleasure now to introduce to you the voice of today's F-22 Raptor demonstration from Joint.
Superintendent Master Sergeant Brady Pummel from Kansas City, Kansas. As a proud member of Air Combat Command's 1st Fighter Wing, located at Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure for you to describe to you today a capability demonstration by the most technologically advanced 5th-generation stealth fighter aircraft in the world. The F-22 Raptor's mission is air dominance. It supports our joint forces and allies to freely operate in today's joint fight, anytime, anywhere. And now, introducing your 2025 F-22 demonstration team. From Atlantic City, New Jersey, Dedicated Crew Chief, Staff Sergeant John Carnock. From Hampton, Virginia, Assistant Dedicated Crew Chief, Senior Airman Andrew Leitner. From Fort Worth, Texas, Avionics Technician, Senior Airman Logan Wongapaivong. From St. Petersburg, Florida, Avionics Technician, Senior Airman Nick Wisnowski. From Rayburn, Georgia, AFE Specialist, Staff Sergeant Tessa Hickerson. And from Canacito, New York, Public Affairs Officer, Staff Sergeant Lauren Coben. From Richmond, Virginia, F-22 Demo Team Chief, Technical Sergeant Eric Tallman. And from Cypress, Texas, our Safety Officer and Combat-Ready Fighter Pilot, Major Colton Dingo Huntsman. And your 2025 F-22 demonstration fighter pilot with more than 600 hours in the F-22 Raptor from New York Mills, Minnesota, Captain Nicholas Laturno. You are about to witness the maneuvering capabilities of the most advanced and most lethal fighter aircraft in your United States Air Force. The F-22 you will see today is an unmodified and fully combat-capable aircraft. While we can't show you everything that makes the Raptor the most lethal fighter aircraft in the world, we will show you its raw power and thrust-vectored maneuvering capabilities as it executes maneuvers that no other fighter aircraft in the world can perform. As today's demonstration begins, from your right, you will see the Raptor execute a maximum power takeoff, producing 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. The Raptor will virtually leap off the runway in an amazing 1,000 feet. At a safe altitude, Captain Laturno will quickly loop the aircraft, reversing the flight path, then roll while diving straight down.
Temperature, Raptor 1, going for a high tail. Push 1, push out, push 2.
So now it's time to stand up. Move forward and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force F-22 Raptor! Raptor's advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engines allow the F-22 to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch now from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turn capability with a min-radius horizontal turn that powers straight up into the vertical. Then watch as Captain Turno changes its direction with the amazing J-turn reposition. The firepower of the Raptor comes in any combination of 8 missiles and up to 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. The F-22 is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly agile stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your cameras, the Raptor banks in from the left and cycles its weapons bay doors. Folks, if you've ever wondered where those bombs and missiles hide, here is your answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the armed forces and their families who support them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors, veterans in attendance, and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. And now, from behind and to the right, the F-22 Raptor proudly presents the dedication. The F-22 possesses the ability to point its nose at will, even at extremely low airspeeds and high angles of attack. Watch closely as the aircraft pulls to the vertical and executes a 360-degree aileron roll. At altitude, the jet will flip backwards and level off and execute an immediate 360-degree flat turn, then reverse the turn in the opposite direction, all in under 3,500 feet of altitude and under complete control. Our Raptor will now quickly reposition and show you what those advanced flight controls and engines can do. As it executes the power loop, you'll see why the aircraft is unmatched in vertical flight as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude at the end. At the top of the loop, you'll see the Raptor rotate around one spot in the sky, utilizing its thrust vectoring of two powerful F-119 engines, which can literally flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Following the power loop, you'll see the Raptor perform the loaded roll. Mini jets can turn tight, mini jets can roll quickly, and mini jets can climb fast, but not many can slide. Watch now from behind as the Raptor flies over, pulls straight up into the vertical, and brings his throttles to near idle. And then under complete control, the F-22 Raptor will actually slide backwards. The Raptor's slow speed handling characteristics are phenomenal. Watch now as Capilano repositions the aircraft to crowd right, reducing the power, slowing the Raptor down to less than 90 knots and loading up on high angles of attack. After the pass, you'll once again feel the raw powers of the jet as Capilano lights those afterburners and climbs straight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Raptor's power loop to slow speed pass. The F-22 possesses the capability to reach speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable even without using its afterburners. Accelerating from 90 knots to over 600, Cap Letourneau will now roll inverted in preparation for the split S reposition and a high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's supercruise and full-speed capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom's Thunder on the high-speed pass. The F-22 will now set up to perform a Hoover pitch. This maneuver is a double knife edge separated by an inverted tuck, followed by a pitch to line up in preparation for heritage flight. This will be another great photo opportunity to capture the Raptor on your camera during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptor's Hoover pitch. Gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you are about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. In 2010, the Air Force Heritage Flight Foundation joined with the United States Air Force to keep this popular program flying. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of Air Force history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now and watch this rare formation approach from the right. Flying in formation today is a Vietnam-era F-5 Tiger II, piloted by Tommy Limiter Williams, as well as a U.S. Air Force F-22, piloted by Captain Nicholas Laz Laterno. We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all the military veterans in attendance whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you enjoyed watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 80 years of air power heritage.
Day 2 of the Aviation Nation Air Show rolling on. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin, and some awesome air acts still in the air right now. The Thunderbirds coming up about 3:45 local time, but we have another rock star with us right now.
Absolutely. As you continue to watch and enjoy Aviation Nation, we have to tell you, along with me mispronouncing Nevada yesterday and going with Nevada, we also miss a vital leader here at Nellis Air Force Base. General Sullivan wanted to make sure we didn't leave out his deputy commander of the 57th Wing, and we managed to track him down. So Colonel Ethan Saban, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here, and I'm still looking for that rock star you guys were talking about, but hopefully we'll get eyes on that guy soon. So, yeah.
As the deputy of the 57th Wing, can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what you do on a daily basis?
Yeah, sure, you bet. So here at the 57th Wing, our mission is high-end training. Like, we set the conditions to train the warfighter so that he or she can go out and first and foremost deter, and if required, go out and fight and win. I mean, that's our job, right? So my job as a deputy is to make sure to turn General Sullivan's vision into action. And right now, we want to remain America's air power proving ground, and so I have to make sure that happens on a day-to-day basis. That's my primary job.
Wow, and we know that's a busy job with everything that happens here. We're going to talk about Red Flag. Obviously, you know a lot about that. We're going to talk about the Air Force Weapons School. But first, I just wanted to ask, what inspired you to join the Air Force, and what path did you take? What was your Air Force journey like?
Yeah, stand by for cliche. So I actually watched Top Gun and Iron Eagle as a young kid. Kind of got the bug, and then ever since, just been revisiting. Ultimately, what drove me to my first aircraft, so I started off flying the A-10. My brother joined the Army, and so when I got into pilot training, I had the opportunity to make a selection. I wanted to make sure that I was providing close air support to the guy on the ground, since my brother was an Army officer. So that's kind of what drove me. Yeah.
I love it when I hear A-10 pilots talk about that close air support, because it's such a vital role of the lethality and readiness of the Department of Defense. Another vital role is the U.S. Air Force Weapons School, which is only right here at Nellis, correct?
100% it is. So the Air Force Weapons School, 2 classes per year. We have an Alpha class and a Bravo class. The Alpha class typically runs January to June, Bravo July to December. They're on the order of about 150 students that participate in each class, and usually we see on the order of 10 to 25% attrition. So it's not an easy course. The students that come here, they're the lead instructors in their squadrons, and then ultimately when we get them here and the weapons school puts them through the curriculum, we make them better. So they do that through a series of phased training, which ultimately culminates in what's called Weapons School Integration, or WISNT, as it's colloquially known. And during WISNT, the instructors and the cadre give the students the most difficult, the most challenging tactical and operational level problems. The students then have to digest that information, integrate a bunch of capabilities, come up with a game plan, brief that game plan, execute the game plan, and then most importantly on the back end, debrief that plan to identify the root causes behind any errors and identify lessons learned for the CAF, or the Combat Air Forces. These folks are truly, when they go out with the patch on their shoulder, they are the instructors of instructors. They're the lead integrators for combatant commands and major commands, and they're truly exceptional. Their motto is humble, credible, and approachable. And believe me, as I engage with these guys on a day-to-day basis, the cadre, the students, and the institution are truly that, and they live up to it each day. It's pretty remarkable what they do.
So I see you have the patch, obviously
I
being
do.
a graduate. You said your 3rd time now at Nellis.
Correct.
What year did you go through weapons school, and what was that experience like as a student?
Yeah, this thing should have a expiration date on it at this point, so my tactical credibility is out the window. But I went through in 2010, so Class 10 Alpha in the A-10. The experience as a student was no less than the most challenging thing I've done. I hope you guys got that on camera. So typically, any one assignment that you're given in the weapons school, whether it's the research paper that you have to do, the flying itself, the briefing, the academics, any one of those things by themselves is manageable. But when you kludge them all together, in about a 6-month time frame, it is extremely challenging. It's a lot of pressure. I mean, it is a pressure cooker, and it weeds out those who don't necessarily want to be there. But it was a fantastic experience. I learned a ton, and I am who I am today from having gone through that school.
So that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah.
And just talk to the reason behind why we do things like that here at Nellis, why we're doing so much real-world training here at Nellis, and why it's so important, the weapons school, the red flag, to our pilots and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, so it's often said that, what happens at Nellis can only happen at Nellis, and it's 100% true. A lot of this stuff doesn't happen just with the 57 wing. So we have our mission partners with the NTTR, the Nevada Test and Training Range. So that is truly a national treasure, which allows us to go out there and train to the high-end fight. We also have, the capabilities within the 57 wing, like the aggressor fleet. So our 64th aggressors, our 4th gen F-16 platforms, and the 65th with the F-35 5th gen platform. Again, what happens here can only happen here. There just isn't another kind of location CONUS-wide that has the capabilities that we can bring to bear.
So we watched the Sam Ekholm video on YouTube about Red Flag. If you haven't seen it, you should dial it up, Google it up. It's a great watch.
Yeah.
But my question for you is, as it evolves over time and now 50 years of Red Flag, how and what makes it so unique that it's the premier combat readiness exercise?
Well, as you guys probably know, so the hypothesis was when this thing started, right, if a Blue 4 or a young wingman could survive his first 10 missions in combat, they're going to survive the entire tour. So that the thought was, well, let's create an exercise that can replicate that. Let's give the young warfighter the most challenging tactical problem they can possibly see, and then that will prepare them for combat. It has since evolved, and we are now a joint coalition, multi-domain, if not all-domain exercise that is pretty much just expanding in scope and scale every time we go out and do it. And it's truly a remarkable exercise. Right now, we have 3 usually iterations of Red Flag that we do at TAC 1, 2, and 3. We've added on the newly coined Bamboo Eagle exercise, so operational C2 and readiness, to the back end of the TAC 1 and the TAC 3 series of exercises. So we are truly expanding the scope and scale of Red Flag, as well as just CAF or Combat Air Force level training.
Yeah, it's really become the premier
100%
exercise,
100%.
No question.
Yeah.
And the coverage that Sam got was really incredible stuff.
It was.
To watch. What is it about Nellis now 3 times that really speaks to you personally?
I think, one of the kind of unique things is you come through the gate, you see the sign, it says home of the fighter pilot. I mean, it's true. Fighter pilot is a mentality, as General Robin Olds once kind of said, right? It's a get after it mentality. It means regardless of the circumstances or the challenges that you may face on a day-to-day basis, everyone shows up and gives a good faith, honest broker effort to get after it and get the job done. That's what I love about this place, and I'll never forget it.
It's nice to be on a winning team.
Yeah, it is.
For sure.
100%.
You mentioned General Olds. Who else kind of comes to mind when you think about who inspires you as a pilot? Heroes in Aviation is the theme of this year's Aviation Nation. Does anybody specific come to your mind?
I mean, there's a ton, right? Eddie Rickenbacker, Billy Mitchell. I mean, you could go down the list. Ira Bong, Bud Day from the Vietnam era. There's so many that have come before us that I aspire and look up to. So couldn't name a single one. There's just a lot of them.
It's just the collective. It's like you said, the mentality of the fighter pilot, right?
You got it.
And here at the home of the fighter pilot, Nellis Air Force Base, with the 57th Wing Deputy Commander. Thank you, sir, so much for coming on the show. And thank you so much for having us here with the 2nd Audio-Visual Squadron broadcasting live on the Facebook page. Just truly an honor.
Now, Caitlin, Dan, my pleasure, and thanks for coming out and supporting the air show this year. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Colonel Ethan Sabin, the vice commander, I should say, of the 57th Wing. Can't just randomly promote people on the show.
Dan has the power.
You do anything once.
The legend over here. As we just watched the T-38 come in from the Heritage flight demonstration that they did here with the F-22, and Vicky Benzing taking to the sky right now in her P-51 Mustang. Plum crazy. It's Dan's favorite aircraft out here, of course, and we just have a couple of more demonstrations until the Thunderbirds will take to the skies here at Aviation Nation 2025.
Is that a cyber? I see a cyber truck over there.
Oh my gosh. Well,
you see everything at the air show.
Yeah, you see a little bit of everything. As you look into our broadcast center here, that is us right here, front row seats with the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds in the background. Home of the fighter pilot, home of the Thunderbirds. And we're going to talk to a few special guests here in just a few moments about what it takes to put on an air show of this magnitude and just how you get. This is a logistical feat in and of itself, Dan. Just opening an entire active military installation to the public for an entire weekend is something that is just an incredible feat of logistics.
So we'll kick it back out to the Air Boss so you can watch Vicky Benzing for a few minutes. We'll be back right after this and talk all about those logistics.
Legend Wayne Handley. She began competing in aerobatic competitions, working her way up the various levels, and began performing at local air shows. Today, she's in high demand around the country as one of the smoothest warbird flyers in the nation. Giving you a look at what this aircraft would look like at the National Championship air races previously held in Reno, Nevada. In the turn, high speed and less than 100 feet above the deck. In her first year of racing, Vicky was chosen as the Rookie of the Year, having won her first race ever. It was in 2015 that she became the fastest woman racer, setting a new record in the jet class, flying an Aero L-39 Albatross to some 469 miles an hour. In September of 2023, she flew this P-51 plumb crazy to a fourth-place finish in the coveted Unlimited class. She is the second only woman to have raced in the Unlimited class in the air race's entire 59-year history. Vicky is very proud to be sponsored by California Aeronautical University, where they are training the next generation of aviators. CAU students are on the fast track to rewarding aviation careers designed for efficiency. Their bachelor's degree program allows students to start flying in their first term and complete the program in just 3 years. We invite you to visit the California Aeronautical University display near the hot pit area and online at calaero.edu. CAU is also excited to serve as a partner university with United Airlines and several regional air carriers, offering CAU students a direct, streamlined route to the airlines. CAU students can also enjoy some of the newest collegiate aviation fleets in the business. We watch again from the left as Vicky Benzing approaches in this, the North American P-51 Mustang, plumb crazy. In a maneuver in tribute to our veterans, past and present, a big round of applause for Vicky Benzing in the 8-point hesitation roll. This aircraft represents everything that is great about America, the ingenuity, the dedication, the determination to win that America had during the 1940s. We're going to watch her again from the right as we enjoy the sights and sounds of this most iconic air racer. She wants to thank Apex Aerospace Corporation, Concord Batteries, Tempest, Gleim Aviation, Oregon Aero, Lift Aviation, Best Tugs, Method 7 Performance Optics, and California Aeronautical University. She is going to set up for one more pass as part of today's performance, giving you a final look at this iconic purple P-51. And I'll give you a great look right down into the cockpit as she approaches from behind and to our left. At some 350 miles an hour from the left in parade review, Miss Vicki Benzing and the P-51 Plum Crazy. To learn more about Vicki Benzing and her P-51, you can learn more about her online at vickibenzing.com. Ladies and gentlemen, making her recovery now, please join me in one final round of applause for Vicki Benzing and her performance in the air racing P-51 known as Plum Crazy. Well, as we recover the P-51 Mustang to our right, we set up now for our final demonstration before we turn things over to the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds at 3:35 this afternoon. And they are members of the Red Bull Air Force. In front of us, you will see a guy who is a Red Bull Air Race World Champion. His name is Kirby Chambliss, and he's flying the Zivco Edge 540. He will be joined by that of Aaron Fitzgerald in the Bocow BO-105 helicopter, and also our jumpers of Mike Brewer, Amy Shimalecki, and Sean McCormick. Watch now as the smoke comes on as he's been cleared for takeoff in a signature maneuver as Kirby Chambliss now reaches about 80 miles an hour. This is the Cobra. Beginning this high-octane aerobatic routine in style. This is going to be a multi-faceted aerobatic performance with so much going on in the next couple of minutes. We're going to watch Kirby Chambliss to our left as he picks up our show line once again as he pulls his aircraft into the vertical to get this incredible performance started. The Red Bull Air Force and the members thereof represent some of the most impressive aviation professionals on the planet, and they have made their way here to Nellis Air Force Base this weekend to be part of this show at Aviation Nation. We're going to watch Kirby Chambliss now into the vertical as he now draws the 90-degree upline. Watch for the snap roll as he continues to work his way up to altitude. Don't mind Aaron Fitzgerald to the left. More on that in just a couple of moments. Watch Kirby now as he pushes forward into a forward somersault and now recovers just about 250 feet above the ground. As he continues low and to our left, I want to direct your attention high and overhead where you will see that Bocow BO-105 helicopter. In just a few moments, we are going to be seeing two of our jumpers, that of Amy Shimalecki and Mike Brewer, and they are going to be jumping with what are known as swoop chutes, and we'll be departing that helicopter at any moment from now. Kirby Chambliss right down on the deck as he continues to pull back on the stick into the vertical once again. A guy who was one of the youngest pilots ever to serve and participate with Southwest Airlines as a captain. He's going to continue to tear it up for us here today. Let's put our hands together for Kirby Chambliss. He's clear, and we've got jumpers away, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. That's Mike Brewer and Amy Shimalecki. And out of that helicopter, quickly accelerating to terminal velocity free fall of about 120 miles an hour. Pull on a small leather ball located by their left hips. They deploy these parachutes known as swoop chutes. They are fast canopies and their surface area much smaller than that of the PJs that we had the chance to see a little bit earlier. These swoop chutes, remarkably maneuverable and have a forward speed, depending on how you wind them up, to some 70 miles per hour. They're going to continue to work their way down from altitude. Take a look at the smoke as they work their way into our target area in front of the Thunderbirds. Mike Brewer and Amy Shimalecki, some of the most impressive skydivers with tens of thousands, no kidding, of parachute jumps to their credit. They are low enough where they can hear you. Let's make some noise, Nellis, and get them in right on target. Continuing to work their way down faster than a speeding ticket at about 65 miles an hour. First to touchdown, that of Amy Shimalecki and also that of Mike Brewer. Let's give it up for them. Oh yeah, showcasing to you why Red Bull gives you wings. Now I want you to take a look as we keep the action going high and to the right. You will see a couple of puffs of smoke. We're going to welcome next our next jumper, that of Sean McCormick. He's got over 25,000 parachute jumps, and he is flying a wingsuit. Take a look as he now works his way over to around 120 or so miles an hour as Kirby Chambliss circles with his smoke. There's the deployment of the chute. Flying his body using a series of panels that actually allows him to have flight controls to roll and pitch and do some incredible things. These type of wingsuits can actually garner that of about a 3-to-1 glide ratio. They can actually track for miles and miles. There's a recent video on the internet of the Red Bull Air Force jumping out of a C-17 where they came out the back, deployed the wings, and actually went up. Look that up when you get some time. Sean McCormick continuing to work his way down, and if you look very closely, you will see a couple of flaps dangling in the wind. He unzipped what he did of those panels that we were talking about to give it a little more maneuverability, and he's going to be working his way in from the left into our landing area. For a beautiful stand-up landing, let's put our hands together for Sean McCormick. Now, direct your attention to our left as things continue to be fast and furious as we welcome next to our show a guy named Aaron Fitzgerald. He's a pretty special individual. Why? Because he's one of the only guys in the world authorized to do that. Fly aerobatics in a helicopter as Kirby Chambliss continues to corkscrew around with his smoke. Watch for the pull. Yeah, that's just unnatural. Off to the right. In synchronized flight, we're going to watch Kirby Chambliss as he runs all out of up, performing a bit of a hover. And Aaron Fitzgerald repositioning to our right as well. Aaron Fitzgerald joins us from Wenatchee, Washington. He previously served in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division. He's a helicopter pilot, as you know, but one of only around 3 in the world authorized to perform aerobatics legally. This guy has flown in various other capacities, such as utility flying in mountainous terrain and offshore support. He's even flown in test programs for NASA and Lockheed Martin and has been the aerial coordinator for many aviation projects and many motion pictures. We're going to watch him now to the left as Kirby goes past the moon upside down. And Aaron Fitzgerald continues to do things in this helicopter that would have kept Igor Sikorsky up at night as he now rolls the helicopter over. He's got the collective and the cyclic. And believe it or not, it's not that violent in the cockpit, but if they asked me to go for a ride, the answer solidly is no. We're going to watch him again from the right in this incredible display of airmanship. What do you think, Nellis Air Force Base? Let's put our hands together for Aaron Fitzgerald in the Bocow BO-105. Now in this next sequence of maneuvers, Aaron's going to climb on up. Another backflip all the way around. Helicopters are not supposed to do that. Aaron's a great guy and was actually awarded the Medal of Valor for rescuing 2 flight crew members from a burning helicopter. And in addition to his air show and movie work, he flies UH-60 Blackhawks in firefighting contracts with the Forest Service battling forest fires in the western United States. He grew up near an airfield where there would be fire bombers there. He loved going to the airport, watching them take off, and it inspired him to become a pilot. And never in his wildest dreams would he ever thought that he would have been flying a Bocal BO-105 and being paid to do so upside down. We are seeing it big time here today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's again put our hands together for the Red Bull Air Force. Aaron joined the Red Bull Air Force in 2017. He's going to continue to work his way off to our left and set up for one of my favorite maneuvers. This is called a bow turn. Let's watch him. Oh, there's a forward collective and the whole deal spinning around inverted. Absolutely incredible. He's going to continue to come by and again showcase to you this helicopter. This is the Bo 105. It was built in the 1960s for aeromedical evacuation, and what makes it special and allows it to do what you're seeing here today is because of a titanium rotor system and a titanium rotor head that keeps those rotors from flexing as other helicopters do. That keeps it from overflexing and perhaps cutting the tail off. That wouldn't be a good thing. You certainly can't do this in most helicopters. The Bo 105, a staple of the Flying Bulls fleet. Now Aaron's going to come around to give you another good look at this helicopter, and a bit of a salute to you as well, circling in front of the air traffic control tower. That's a great shot. He's going to set up for a bow. Watch him as he works his way into the hovering mode now. He can see you. How about a big wave, everybody, for Aaron Fitzgerald? Thank you, Aaron, very much indeed. With Aaron now clear, we now direct our attention high and to the right. And welcome back to our aerobatic box, that of Kirby Chambliss and the Red Bull Zimco Edge 540. Let's watch him now as he dives in with speeds in excess of 250 miles an hour. This aircraft, one of several that he owns, and he also has a new helicopter. He's learning to fly helicopters as well, and he flies actually from his home in Arizona. It allows Kirby to wake up, work out, get some Korean barbecue, go flying, and be back for afternoon TV. Kirby Chambliss and his introduction to aerobatic flight began quite by accident. When he was 21 years old, he was flying as a corporate pilot for a major hotel chain. And the chief pilot was a smart guy and said, hey, Kirby, if this jet ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board, we want to make sure you can turn it right side up without hurting everyone. Kirby says, makes sense to me. And from that point on, flying has been more than Kirby has ever imagined. Today, he's logged more than 27,000 hours of flight time and has traveled the world performing aerobatic displays and racing with Red Bull, and is by far one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots any place. Let's put our hands together for Kirby Chambliss. Continuing to tear it up in the Zivco Edge 540, doing maneuvers once thought to be impossible some 30 years ago. These airplanes are no longer structurally limited, but rather only limited by the pilot's stamina and the pilot's capabilities inside. Weighing in at around 1,200 pounds and nearly 375 horsepower, it allows Kirby to perform some incredible maneuvers with a thrust-to-weight ratio of nearly 1-to-1. There's another demonstration of that into a Cobra and the smallest inside loop we've seen all day. By the early 2000s, Kirby was recognized as one of the top 15 aerobatic pilots in the world, where he was asked to compete in the very first Red Bull Air race. He transferred his explosive, aggressive flying style to the racetrack, and today is a two-time Red Bull Air Race world champion. Though the air races discontinued in 2019, Kirby is proud of his experiences traveling the world and representing Red Bull on an international level. He fits right in with his other interests, running, skydiving, and motocross, and he recently picked up helicopters. Why? Just because he can. There's a knife edge tumble. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Kirby is now gonna set up and work his way into the freestyle portion of this aerobatic routine, going a bit off script to play with every inch of our aerobatic box. Right down at Jackrabbit, scaring altitudes at times. Kirby most comfortable down close to the ground as he is upside down. Continuing to tear it up, it's Kirby Chambliss. You are seeing a titan in our air show business. Kirby, the 2022 recipient of the Art Show Memorial Showmanship Award and the 2024 Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, two of the highest honors given within our air show community. Slowing it down from the right. Cameras at the ready as he sets up for his signature maneuver. Once again, striking out of nowhere, it's the Cobra. Saying hello to some of our international visitors over there in the revetment area, those F-16s. Kirby Chambliss on the Red Bull Edge 540. He wants to thank Piper Aircraft, Tempest, Precision Airmotive, Parker Aerospace, MGL Avionics, Concord Batteries, Goodyear Aviation, MT Propeller, AC Air Technology, Skydive Arizona, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty, and High Performance Aircraft. He also wants to thank his friends at Red Bull, showcasing that Red Bull gives you wings. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show here at Nellis Air Force Base, let's put our hands together for the members of the Red Bull Air Force and that spectacular demonstration. Kirby Chambliss out there playing with the trees like they're Red Bull Air Race pylons. This guy is absolutely incredible. He's going to recover. Well, it is about that time that we turn things over. He's not done. He's just rolling on landing. That's normal. It's Kirby. This airplane's basically a dirt bike with wings. But we're about to turn things over to the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. And as we set up for the team, we do have a couple of housekeeping items we want to share with you before we turn things to them. First and foremost, as we have a couple of minutes to go, now is a great time to take a pit stop if you need to. Maybe grab something to drink, something to eat, perhaps a ice cream for the kids, or even a refreshing soft drink to enjoy during their show. Now is a good time because we've got a couple of minutes before we turn things over to them at 3:35 this afternoon. And of course, there's no question that there are many of you here with us today, and we want you to be mindful and courteous as you make your way out. Nellis Air Force Base, not exactly designed to handle so many of you and the Speedway, so please, we encourage you to follow the exit instructions from our airmen and be patient with that. That'll make for a much...
Red Bull Air Force just landing. What a show, Caitlin.
I mean, every time I see them do the tricks in the helicopter, the helicopter's not supposed to do that.
No, it's certainly not. And, you know, as we get ready to wind towards the America's Ambassadors in Blue, the Thunderbirds, you talked about it a little bit with Colonel Saban, but we have some people who know a little bit about what it takes to put on an air show.
Absolutely. So 2 legends here with us at Aviation Nation 2025. We got Mr. Bob Jones. He is the director of Aviation Nation. And Miss Bobby Oates. She is the Air and Space Forces Association National Director of the West. So basically we got the 2 busiest people in all of Aviation Nation to come and sit down with us. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for having us.
Just real quick, tell us about how your weekend's been. From where you guys are standing up on the Air Boss stage, how's it looking to you?
Go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, first time I've been up on the Air Boss stage, it was just awesome. I've just been running around, checking on the troops, making sure people getting fed and water, and just taking care of people and thanking people, especially thanking our folks that are out here working.
And I haven't spent much time up there. Mine's up and down, but you talk about putting this on. We just have a great team. I got 2 great directors, one of ops, one of ground, and they just got an awesome team. So actually, the way I look at it, I have the easiest job. You know, I get to kiss the babies, hand out the coins, the patches. Occasionally, they'll let me work on something, you know, trash can, somebody dropped a cell phone in a porta potty, something like that, you know.
I bet those are things that actually happen, Dan. It would not surprise me.
Yeah.
So you've been involved with this air show for a long time in many different capacities, dating back to a long time ago.
Yeah.
But what is it about Aviation Nation and Air Power in particular and putting on this event that really speaks to you?
Well, it gives us an opportunity to showcase not only what we do here at Nellis, which is a very diverse and fast-paced mission, and it's our opportunity, too, because all of us that are working at Nellis, we're also, part of the community. And that's the biggest aspect of this. You know, we opened up our doors. We were talking before. Friday, we had the largest crowd that we had, almost 30,000. Yesterday, whisker shy of 23 or 26. And today, the crowd is even bigger. Well, that's great because they're all seeing what they do. And like we were talking with the performers, what the real reward is walking around the ramp and seeing the excitement in people's faces. Yesterday, I lost count how many of the kids were emulating, what the performers were doing. And as I told them, I go, you did an awesome job yesterday flying, but you touched the lives of many people you will never meet and never talk to, and I just want you to know. And that's what it's all about, because we've got to spark that new airman to come out. And in fact, a great example is General Nimoy, our two-star Warfare Center commander. We were given a briefing about that, and he just kind of stopped everybody, and he goes, I want you to know I was that 8-year-old that went to an air show, and that's why I'm sitting here today. So that's why we do this, and that's why it's worth taking the time and everything to do this.
Dan and I were literally having that same conversation earlier as we're walking around. To me, and I think to Dan as well, when you've been to a few air shows, it's almost more fun to watch the crowd react, right? And it kind of like stirs it within you. And you've got such a supportive community here in the Vegas Valley. Ms. Oates, kind of speak directly to the kind of community support that you see around Nellis.
So a lot of the support is that we're out in the community, so I'm involved with a lot of veterans groups, and we're able to bring them onto the base because, some of them retired a long time ago, and it's just nice for them to come back and, bring back the memories. This morning I was driving down the flight line when it was just nice and quiet, because that's what I used to do, and it's just, get in that little Zen mode. But just the community support to go out and have them come in. We had Resort Worlds come in on Friday and helped us with our barbecue that we do with our AFA and our river rats, and that they bring out people to help volunteer to help serve. They donate funds, but then they bring out bodies, and a lot of them, they'd never been to an air show. Even some of the other vendors, like the gal from the Red Cross trailer, she'd never been to an air show. So to bring out some of those people, from the VA hospital comes out, our American Legion, our VFW, our women veterans, all those people are here to support, to interact with the community, just to let them know, hey, we're here to support you. And also the community can see, what we're doing. And it's our big, to do this is our big thank you to the community, because we're part of the community, and a lot of people don't know, what my neighbor does. Oh, they work at Nellis. Okay, what's at Nellis? So this gives them an opportunity and the sponsors to come in and support us and to help us. And they want to do that. They want to, support the military and the veterans in this community, and there's a strong support in Las Vegas for the veterans.
And obviously the support is not just from the community, but internally here, all the airmen and the leadership of all the units across the installation that support you. I think I already know the answer to this question, Bob, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Okay. When does planning for 2027 start?
So we will close out 25, and then the week of the 14th, we've already actually started doing the bar napkin for 27. And like we were talking about before, we've got some ideas that this is great, but we're going up about 3 levels up in 27.
Bigger and better.
Yes.
And I know the fans of Aviation Nation, there's a ton of them out there. If you look at some of the comments yesterday on the live stream and just people that came out, you have such a great fan base, Nation. And a lot of them were asking, it used to be later in the year. We moved it a little bit earlier. Can you kind of speak to that decision and then also tell us when the next one is going to be?
So in a nutshell, we were actually, you're right, our show is normally in November, the first weekend. But because of things that were going on in the world and whatnot, and also we had Formula One, we had NFR, and 2 major conventions going on. So we all in 22 kind of suffered. So leadership made a conscious decision, let's get off that weekend, because we want to support, as Bobby was saying, the community, because Formula One is a big thing. So we basically moved it to April, because it was in between everything else that we're doing here. And then we got hit with a deployment, and there was no way we were going to be able to do the show in 24. So we kicked it a year, and then no sooner did we do that than we got off the deployment, and so we just stuck with it and went with it. So, but as you mentioned, next in 27, we are going back to November, 5, 6, 7, or 6 and 7 November of 27. Formula One is moved off in the weekend before Thanksgiving. So it's a win-win.
Absolutely. And Bobby, you know, Mr. Jones was talking about how it'll be kind of a homecoming for the Thunderbirds. You know, and the Thunderbirds travel all throughout the year, so it's nice to have that air show at the end of the year. You get to come home, play for your hometown crowd. But if you could just speak to why do we do air shows like this? If it's so much of a logistical lift, you know, it's so hard to bring all these people out and have everybody work the weekends. Why are air shows important?
It's important for the community to know what the military does, because we're a mystery to them. And so this is our way to open our doors to say, this is what our people do. And it's not just flying. You've got Red Horse out here. You've got CE. You've got the munitions troops, the ground troops. You've got all these people, because everybody thinks of, you know, the Air Force pilots. Well, there's a lot more than pilots. I was a maintainer, so, you know, there's a lot of things that we can let the community know our people are doing, the different career fields. On Thursday, we actually had AIM Day that we brought the kids out, and we had CE, we had transportation, medical, the security forces, defenders, all the different career fields were out here just to show these kids what we do is not just airplanes. And like another thing too, we have our older airplanes. So our chapter, we own a replica of the Wright Flyer. So it's down by the kids zone. So, you know, you can see where we first started to when you look at a 35. So, you know, we've come a long way, and it's long. And it's just a lot of people, you know, with the kids can sit on the flyer, you know, take pictures, and they're just like ecstatic. So,
you know, another aspect, though, I mean, and I agree with what Bobby just said, but the flip side of that is with all the airmen, you know, and I use it with a capital A, they're in front of their piece of equipment or that. This is their opportunity to say, face-to-face with the community and the visitors, our guests, this is what I do in the Air Force. This is why I'm doing it in the Air Force. And they get a big kick out of that. You know, so it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, and it shows their pride that, you know, this is my equipment, this is what I do, and to share what I do with the community. Yep. You know, and the airmen are just all smiles, and just, you know, people ask them questions, and they're excited.
So I'm curious, like, so you've been doing this a while, and there's so many great acts to choose from. I'll start with you. What's the top military performance you like to see aircraft-wise? I'm just curious, because you've seen it all.
Well, okay, so Bobby mentioned she's a maintainer. I also, in my career, was a maintainer. But still, the F-22 demo still awes, because that thing aerodynamically does things that an aircraft is not supposed to do, but he does it and makes it look easy. So F-22.
All right.
Yeah, I'll have to go with that, but if I want to go back further, I have to go with my F4s.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Look, he already knew.
I know. Yeah. We were both F4s.
Yeah, we're both F4 Phantom fixers, so yeah. But no, the 22 is just awesome. It's just amazing what it can do. It looks like it's just a leaf just falling out of the sky, and it's like, planes don't do that.
That's right.
From like an air show director standpoint, like how do you choose who you're going to include? So as you start work, Aviation Nation 27, how do you kind of decide who gets to come out?
Good question. You know, first of all, we do a hot wash. We'll do a hot wash on 25. You know, not only ground stuff, what went right, but how did the acts do? We look at social media and that. So we kind of look at that. I guess kind of a teaser for 27. Ooh. We already kind of have a concept of what we want to do. We are really leaning towards, since it's the 80th anniversary of the Air Force, we are leaning no civilian acts. We are going to have all commemorative Air Force, World War II. We got a couple of units that have the old biplanes. Get those in. I'm trying to talk Bobby and her crew into getting the 1905 version of the Wright Flyer flying again. That's actually, that runs on a Harley Davidson engine.
Yeah.
Okay, but I will tell you, open kimono here is there is not enough alcohol to put me in the front seat to fly that thing. All right, but it has flown. So right now we're leaning towards all warbirds, and then bringing in as many of the modern fighters, and not just the Air Force, because as you all know, we can't. The Air Force doesn't do this alone. We're a joint fighting force, so we're going to bring in, just like we did here with the F-18. And we'll bring in some of those, because if you look at the pecking order of what the audience likes, it's the current Air Force stuff. Number 2 is the warbirds, and then the skips and flips and all that. So we're going with 1 and 2, and that's all I'm going to say.
All right, I think I feel like I need to put a request in then. The F-35, the variant that goes up and down to take off.
The STOL version.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Marines.
I'm just putting in a request, if possible, putting on the wish list.
It kind of tears up the asphalt and stuff when it takes off like that, so we've got to be careful for FOD.
All right.
Dan, this isn't a request show.
Wet blanket.
We are guests at the home of the fighter pilot.
Go ahead and ask.
Actually, we laugh about that, but my director of ops, Trey Hamilton, we were trying to go after F-35 because we didn't get the F-35 demo team. And so we were going for the STOL to do it, just because people around here see the F-35 all the time. But to show them, hey, there's something that goes straight up, and then we'll go, it's something a little different. That's why we're doing all. But, hey, real-world operations.
Yep.
That's why you don't see a lot of the heavies out here, is because we lost them last week to real-world ops. And so,
mission first.
Yeah, well, then we adjust. That's how we do it. So.
And that's another thing that's community to understand. People asking, where are the heavies, the bombers? They're doing real-world missions. We do air shows, but we're working 24/7, 365, and that's what happens. And when the mission comes up, you got to go and do it. That's what we get paid to do, and that's why we do what we do.
Yep, exactly.
And thank you both so much for everything that you do for Aviation Nation. You both served. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you so much for coming by today. Broadcasting live here at Aviation Nation 2025. Just one more act to go, and we'll be back.
Final day of 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show, and it is time, Caitlin, for America's Ambassadors in Blue, the Thunderbirds. Let's throw it out. Enjoy the show.
We are the warriors of the 21st century, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence, an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force. Since 1953, we have demonstrated the most advanced and respected air power in the world, the pinnacle of teamwork and dedication of the world's most elite force in air, space, and cyberspace. We are first, last, and always a fighter squadron. Our maintenance professionals can transform our jets to be combat ready in 72 hours, to provide the protection under which our democracy operates. Today, you will witness the unparalleled teamwork, aerial precision, and raw power employed in combat. Attention to detail demands the ultimate commitment from the whole squadron to achieve their best. At 500 miles per hour and formations 18 inches apart, and at times only 150 feet off the ground, the sound of freedom is not just heard, but felt. Our lineage of military jets and frontline fighters have always proudly displayed our colors. Red for courage, white for truth, blue for justice. Distinguished names that echo down the halls of aviation history. Thunderjet, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon, and today's F-16 Fighting Falcon, also known as the Viper. In the spirit of its namesake, the F-16 can soar to 50,000 feet, climbing 30,000 feet per minute. It is capable of Mach 2 or 1,500 miles per hour and maneuvers at 9 times the force of gravity. From our fabled past to today's ambassadors in blue, we seek to be the best of the best in our critical mission. Recruit, retain, and inspire the long blue line of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We are the premier air demonstration squadron of the United States Air Force. We are 130 of the finest airmen together to exhibit the capability and uncontested air dominance of the United States Air Force. Anywhere, anytime. We are the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds, check. 2, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds, search 1, ready now. Canopies down, ready now.
Major Crystal Jimenez, Thunderbird 12, the team's public affairs officer and today's narrator from Claremont, California. It's great to be here at Nellis, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. As our Thunderbirds taxi out to begin today's demonstration, the Thunderbird crew chiefs are already preparing for their recovery. Let's watch as they demonstrate the same level of precision on the ground that you were about to witness in the sky. The Thunderbird team is comprised of proud professionals who are motivated by a passion for service and a commitment to excellence. It all started in 1953 with the F-84 Thunderjet. In just 6 days, the first Thunderbird team crafted a demonstration that would shape the future of military jet demonstration teams for years to come. The Thunderbirds became the first supersonic jet demo team in 1956 with the transition to the F-100 Super Sabre. In the early years, flying at supersonic speeds and creating a sonic boom was an accepted way to begin the demonstration. While supersonic flight is now prohibited, the Thunderbird tradition of showcasing America's frontline fighter aircraft and representing the pride, precision, and professionalism of all of our 695,000 airmen continues today with the current team. With 31 different Air Force career fields, this team is a diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. Thunderbirds have been showing Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 72 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they are ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Lieutenant Colonel Malafa will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop on takeoff. Following the diamond takeoff, our solo pilots will perform the mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from your right to your left and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your left to your right, immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical and perform a split S, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Thunderbird 1 is ready for takeoff. Runway 3 left.
Boss, winds variable at 6 knots. You are cleared for takeoff. Runway 3 left. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1 is clear for takeoff. Runway 3 left. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Standby smoke. Smoke ready now. Smoke off ready now. Thunderbirds, release brakes ready now. Burners now.
America's Ambassadors in Blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, led by Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Malafa, and known to all the world as the Thunderbird. In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now, check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 and Thunderbird 6, as they approach from behind and overhead for the ever-inspiring crossover break. Have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest. As the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass in Review. From your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingman and Captain Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look ahead and on your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Roll. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We're the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark, Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 3 with the echelon pass in review. Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now from your left, watch as Thunderbird 5 maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Shoal will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit as Thunderbird 1 commands the 3 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready, down, and roll.
From your right, Major Downey, and from your left, Major Shoal. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and on your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird diamond formation. Our 2 solo pilots have positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at Show Center with the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching upside down. From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 3 will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the Thunderbirds have skillfully transformed back to the Thunderbird Diamond formation. While the maneuvers you are watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now, watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond. The low bomb burst. Thunderbird 5, Major Jeff Downey, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. From the right, find Major Scholl, low and slow. as Thunderbird 5 completes his regen with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 4-card loop. Major Shoal will demonstrate the exceptional performance of the F-16. He climbs 3 miles straight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Major Shoal, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn followed by a half Cuban 8. For precision flying under G and feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Wedge formation, we'd like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. Lieutenant Colonel Malapa will now reposition the wedge formation for the wedge roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 5 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. Soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the world. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, wife, husband, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day as they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave. Now, from your right, watch the formation of 5 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the wedge formation loop. wedge repositions for the wedge burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before and wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds and the inspirational wedge burst. Solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with a knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Solo, ready, hit it. 60310. 5 on top, 62295 is on the line. Got shift 5. Solo, ready, hit it. Roll out. And pull.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. Look to your left as the Diamond approaches to perform the high bomb burst. your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence. F-16s come into land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line directly in front of the jets. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. And now, I would like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce to you an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Chicago, Illinois, Technical Sergeant Ronald Scala. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Sidra, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Torres Zayas. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Mosier. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Dominick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Garden Grove, California, Staff Sergeant Eloy Lycona. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant Aaliyah Wyrick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Dallas, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Justin Widener. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce to you some of the airmen on the ground that have brought the entire show together by providing impressive filming, music, communications, and logistics. Located at our communications trailer, otherwise known as Judy, please help me recognize our Chief Enlisted Manager from Cleveland, Ohio, Chief Master Sergeant.
Amazing. I love it. Thunderbirds, home of the fighter pilot, Nellis Air Force Base, Aviation Nation 2025. Dan, how are you feeling?
That was great, as always. I mean, they put on a show, and that's what they do, and they're ready, they're lethal, and that's what we saw this weekend, and it was just a lot of fun. Hopefully that the community, anybody that came out, took that away because it was on full display this weekend.
Just the embodiment of the warrior ethos. That is what the Thunderbirds represents. That is what the 57th Wing here at Nellis represents. All of our guests that we had throughout this weekend were absolutely incredible. So gotta thank everybody that stopped by the show, and also everybody that didn't stop by the show that was working Aviation Nation this weekend. I mean, you talked to the former defender in Dan Hawkins. You've got cops out here making sure everybody is safe, medical personnel, just everybody here at Nellis Air Force Base that made this event an absolute success.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you, partner, so it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I love it so much. I will come out anytime, and when we're talking about partners and just stellar performances, we've got to talk about the 2nd Audio-Visual Squadron out of Hill Air Force Base, Utah, giving you all the great pictures. So many crew members, cameramen, comm guys, sound guys, everybody here making this production work. And we went all over the country, which is kind of cool.
Kind of cool. And that's going to wrap up our coverage for this 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show from Las Vegas, Nevada. So for my partner, Caitlin Jones-Martin, our entire second audiovisual squadron crew, our director, Adam White, and producer, JT Fairley, that's going to do it from Vegas. So long. Good night.